Chapter 735. Mo Xiaoyan shook his head and said indifferently, "There's no need. You guys should go and help Duke Hua and General Long. My sister and I won't be going anywhere." Princess Zhenning held her brother's hand and nodded. "That's right. I'm the princess of the Chu state. Even if I die, I want to die in the palace. You guys go yourselves. You guys won't be able to stop anything. It'll be a waste of your lives here." The guards looked at each other and understood that the prince and princess had made up their minds. The imperial household of the Chu had abandoned the people and the imperial household and fled. While these soldiers who had stayed behind did not have good feelings about the imperial household, they felt more respect for this brother and sister pair. They stood up and cupped their hands. "Since that's the case, Prince, Princess, take care." Looking at the departing figures of guards, the palace regained its original tranquility. The brother and sister sat together. Although it was the cold of the first month, the palace was no longer as warm as before. The two of them leaned against each other and felt a little warmer. "I wonder how little brother is doing." Back then, they had stayed in the Chu capital, but little brother was taken away by Mo Jingli. He might have wanted to use this opportunity to control Mo Xiaoyan. Mo Xiaoyan said in a low voice, "He should be alive. I just hope he's safe and sound. I just can't accept it. I still haven't found that woman." Princess Zhenning caressed the scar on her face with a disgusted expression. She still hadn't found that woman to take revenge. That woman who was originally her mother had ended up like this because of her. Even in death, she had to die with such an ugly scar. Sister. In the city, fighting from dawn to dusk, more and more places were occupied by the people of the northern region. The remaining Chu army's area of activity was becoming smaller and smaller. Everyone had long felt despair and helplessness. Even more people charged into the northern region's army with bloody determination in their eyes. Even if they had to die, they wanted to drag a few people down with them. Outside the city, Ren Qining stood on her horse and listened to the sounds of fighting in the city. The general next to her said, "The Chu people have always been weak. I didn't expect them to be so courageous. Fighting until now, they're about to be completely wiped out, yet they still refuse to surrender." Ren Qining said indifferently, "It's not that they're weak, but they're resilient. The people of the Central Plains were not as brave as the people beyond the Great Wall, but they were tenacious and indomitable. Therefore, this rich land has been ruled by them for thousands of years." The northern general next to him seemed to be unconvinced, but he looked at Ren Qining and didn't say anything. Suddenly, a flame-like spark blossomed in the sky, and a rumbling sound came from afar. Even the ground was faintly shaking. Ren Qining sat up straight on his horse. He waved his whip and cursed, "Yellow Yi, that trash." The general next to him was shocked. "The Mahist army has arrived? Apart from the Black Cloud cavalry, who else has such power?" Ren Qining said bitterly and shouted, "Send more troops into the city. We must take Chu capital before the Mahist army arrives." Yes, the people fighting in the city naturally saw the fireworks in the sky. Lung Haoyu's eyes lit up, and he kicked away the northern soldiers in front of him. He flew to a high place and shouted, "The Mahist army is here. Open the west gate." Luckily, the west gate was still in the hands of the Chu army. Hearing this, all the Chu army soldiers were shocked. Soon, there were people who shouted, "The Mahist army is here. The Mahist army is here." The shouts quickly spread throughout the city, and even many people who were originally hiding in their homes cheered. Some people who knew martial arts even ran out to fight with the northern soldiers. As for the streets and alleys, there were even more northern soldiers who were hit with sticks. The west gate of Chu capital was opened, and the Chu army in the city also rushed to the west to ensure that the west gate would not be taken over by the northern soldiers before the Mahist army arrived. The Black Cloud cavalry was as fast as the wind. Originally, it sounded like they were still a few miles away, but soon they saw the black troops rushing into the city like a black whirlwind. The main road of Chu capital was very wide, and the Black Cloud cavalry did not feel crowded at all. Wherever the black whirlwind went, a bloody light would appear, sweeping everything in its path. Seeing the Black Cloud cavalry, Lung Haoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. He grabbed a Black Cloud cavalry soldier and asked, "Has the army arrived?" He was so excited that the soldier almost rolled his eyes. He quickly opened his eyes and said, "The infantry is a bit slower. Our cavalry will go first." Lung Haoyu was slightly disappointed. "When will the army arrive?" The Black Cloud cavalry said, "I don't know." "Who's leading the Black Cloud cavalry?" "Third young Master Feng." Lung Haoyu threw away the Black Cloud cavalry soldier and ran towards the west of the city. When he killed his way to the west gate, he saw Feng Jiao standing under the city gate with a smile. Oh, it's rare to see second young Master Lung in such a sorry state. Saying he was in a sorry state was an understatement. Lung Haoyu was covered in blood, and there were wounds all over his body. Fortunately, there weren't any serious injuries, and it didn't affect his movements. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "Du Hua and the others are trapped near the palace. Quickly send people to save them." Feng Jiao's expression changed. He waved his hand and called for a group of people to enter the city. However, he himself had to stand guard at the city gates for the Mo family army that would arrive later. If the Maist army arrived and the city gate was taken by the Northern army, then it would be troublesome. Lung Haoyu took a deep breath and asked, "How many people did you bring?" Feng Jiao was helpless. "How many people can the Black Cloud cavalry have?" 20,000. Lung Haoyu nodded. "It should be enough to wait until the prince arrives." Lung Haoyu naturally knew that the Black Cloud cavalry valued quality over quantity. He ignored Feng Jiao and waved his hand, bringing two groups of Black Cloud cavalry towards the city. Chapter 736. Because of the arrival of the Black Cloud cavalry, the victory that seemed to be within their grasp gradually became more difficult. The Chu capital that had been gradually losing seemed to have suddenly become much stronger. Even though the Northern army outnumbered the Chu capital by more than 10 times, in these narrow city streets, it was futile no matter how many people they had. Moreover, the Chu army's understanding of the Chu capital was far above the Northern barbarian army. Even if they could not chase the Northern army out of the city, it was impossible for them to completely occupy the Chu capital in a short period of time. Feng Jiao stood on the city gate tower and looked down at the battle in the city from above. He gradually discovered that the Northern army had completely ignored the Chu army and were crazily charging towards the western part of the city. A cold smile appeared on his handsome face. "You want to take the western gate? How could it be that easy?" Yin Ting, who was following behind Feng Jiao, crossed his arms and looked at the Northern army that was charging over. He said, "They want to take the western gate first and cut off the Mahist army's path into the city. Then they will deal with the defending army in the city." Feng Jiao said with a smile, "Don't worry. Before we left, the prince gave me a few good toys." However, Feng Jiao said with a frown, "This toy seems to be a bit dangerous. Using it in the city might be a bit." Yin Ting did not have such misgivings. "What kind of time is it now? Why are you still worrying about these things? When they really charge over, we won't even be enough to deal with them." Feng Jiao rubbed his chin and nodded. "That's right. Actually, I don't know what this toy is like either. You take your things and block those fellows." He turned around and waved his hand, calling over a small Chi Lin captain that came with them. The Chi Lin members were naturally excited. They had obtained this item for quite some time, but they never had the chance to use it. After receiving Feng Jiao's order, the squad leader waved his hand and immediately led a group of Chi Lin down the tower with a rectangular box in their hands. In the city, the soldiers of the northern region who received Ren Qining's order all rushed towards the tower of the West Gate. However, from the street far away from the West Gate, they only heard a loud bang followed by a series of explosions. Before the Northern army could even figure out what was going on, they were blasted to bits and pieces of flesh and blood. If they were Central Plainsmen, they would at least have seen some fireworks and firecrackers. But the barbarians in the northern region lived a slightly better life than the primitive tribes before Ren Qining integrated the northern region. They had never seen such earth-shattering noises and destructive power. Many soldiers of the northern region were so frightened that they assumed that they had offended the heavenly god and that the heavenly god had sent down a bolt of lightning. Needless to say, Those who were hit by the explosion were so scared that they knelt on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Uncivilized peoples were often more afraid of heaven and earth than the peoples of the Central Plains. After a series of explosions, the entire street was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The ground was also covered with soldiers who had been blasted into pieces. On the tower not far away, Yun Ting's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, This thing was given to you by the prince?" This was a little too frightening. He clearly saw that Qi Lin and the others had hidden something along the street. Those northern region people had become like this as soon as they entered. If Yili were here, she would definitely think that these effects were just SOSO. After many years of research in the secret Imperial Mausoleum, the best thing they had made was not even as effective as the first hand grenade, let alone a powerful bomb like TNT, which could blow up a 6- or 7-story building with just 1 kilogram. As for the firearms developed in the underground palace of the Imperial Mausoleum, Yili was too lazy to even take them out. Whether it was the range or the accuracy, they were inferior to bows and arrows. It was better to wait for another 4 or 5 generations before thinking about it. However, to the people of this era who still knew how to play with fireworks and firecrackers, this effect was shocking enough. Feng Jiao nodded with a wooden face. At the same time, he concealed the shock in his heart. However, he could not help but curse Immo Xiaoyao in his heart. If he had such a powerful weapon, he should have taken it out sooner. In fact, Immo Xiaoyao was definitely wronged. Now, these things were purely handmade, and there was no flowing production line. It was already considered a high yield if 7 or 8 bombs could be made in a month. However, these things were not particularly lethal. Qilin's people had placed no less than 100 things on both sides of the street due to the earth-shattering lethality just now. It was too inconvenient to carry around and had a high production cost. Immo Xiaoyao really didn't plan on using something that wouldn't kill 3 people in an open area for the time being. The northern region soldiers could only be considered unlucky. With so many people squeezed into this narrow street, who else would they bomb if not him? The northern region people were not completely brainless. Soon, someone reacted and shouted, "This is a trick of the Central Plains people. Don't be afraid. Charge and kill them." The northern region people were brave. With someone taking the lead, they quickly got up and followed the leader to charge forward. The Qi Lin on the houses on both sides were not surprised. They smirked and viciously threw the black objects down. The black ball landed on the ground and exploded while the soldiers of the northern region were stunned for a moment. The soldiers closest to the ball were sent flying as expected. Then, another deafening explosion sounded on the street, accompanied by the cries of the northern region people. When the explosion stopped, the surviving northern region soldiers finally could not take it anymore. They threw away their helmets and armor and ran away. The violent explosion in the west of the city was heard by everyone in the Chu capital. Even Ren Qining, who was outside the city, heard it. His eyes turned cold as he asked, "How could it be?" Soon, someone stumbled out of the city and reported, "Your Majesty, the Mahist army has monsters. Our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties." Ren Qining was so angry that his face turned green. "I want to know what kind of monster is so powerful." The reporting soldiers said with a trembling voice. The soldiers didn't even see clearly what it was. They only heard an earth-shattering boom. Then, many people died with blood all over their bodies. "You mean you didn't even see the Mahist army?" Ren Qining asked. The soldier thought for a while and nodded. They did not see the Mahist army. "Bastard, I don't care what kind of monster the Mahist army has. Take the West Gate for I in 2 hours." The soldier hesitated for a while and said, "But many soldiers said that it was a punishment from the gods. That was why the heavenly thunder came. They did not dare to go." Ren Qining sneered and said, "Heavenly thunder? Where would the heavenly thunder come from on a clear day? If there is a heavenly thunder, it will strike I first. Send the order. If we can't take the West Gate in 2 hours, we will take the head of the commander." "Yes." Seeing the soldier who sent the message leave with a face full of fear, Rin Qining's ashen face became even more twisted and ferocious. Heavenly thunder. Ridiculous. Mo Xiaoyao. Did you really get the treasure left behind by the ancestors? Rin Qining was different from Tan Jiji. He grew up in a big family that was truly hidden from the world. The people who taught him were all old officials of the previous dynasty who had always been loyal to the previous dynasty. Naturally, he had also read many books about the previous dynasty. There were even authentic copies of the previous dynasty that did not exist in the world. Among them, there were some personal letters written by the previous dynasty's founding ancestor. There were some obscure things mentioned in them. Originally, Rin Qining did not care. After all, the founding ancestor did not use those things when he conquered the world. Later generations of emperors also did not see any powerful, mysterious weapons. Whether they were real or fake was still up for debate. But at this time, thinking about the matter of the previous dynasty's treasure in the northwest, what else did Rin Qining not understand? At that time, he was busy suppressing the tribes in the north that did not obey him. However, he still sent people to the northwest to pay attention to this matter. However, they did not find any treasure. The people who wanted to fight for the treasure also returned in defeat. He did not expect that Mo Xiaoyao really did secretly get it. Chapter 737. What a good Mo Xiaoyao. I want to see just how strong you are. Rin Qining snorted and gritted his teeth. The battle in the city lasted from dusk to night. The capital, which should have been quiet in the past, was still brightly lit, and the sounds of battle shook the sky. On the west gate, Feng Jiao and Yun Ting were also waiting. Yun Ting looked at the flames in the city and frowned. If the army doesn't arrive in time, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on much longer. Feng Jiao frowned. The prince said he would arrive, so there won't be a problem. As long as the west gate doesn't fall into the hands of the northern army, everything will be resolved once the Mahist army enters the city. Although he said that, Feng Jiao also knew the difficulties involved. They had been blocked and attacked by the northern army along the way. It was already not easy for them to reach the capital in such a short amount of time. Moreover, the Black Cloud cavalry was several times faster than the infantry. It would be extremely difficult for the army to arrive in 2 to 4 hours. Yinting was not someone who worried too much. He sighed and said, "You're right. No matter what, we just have to defend the west gate." Feng San, not far away, Lung Haoyu rushed over in his bloodied clothes. However, there were more scars on his body than when he left. When will the army arrive? Lung Haoyu asked in annoyance as soon as they met. Feng Jiao rolled his eyes and reached out to support him. They'll arrive when they can. Do you think it was easy for us to come here? That lunatic Yilu Yi mobilized almost all of the northern army in the Dechu state to stop us. Lung Haoyu panted and leaned against the city wall. If the prince doesn't come, we really won't be able to hold on. I know, Feng Jiao said. If they delayed for another half a day, not to mention the soldiers in the city, they wouldn't be able to hold on. He might not be able to hold on here either. Although the soldiers of the northern region were afraid of the minefields that Qi Lin had placed on the streets, there were already several groups of people who had tried to force their way through. Although they were beaten back, if they were to do it again, they would have to fight in close quarters. Qi Lin had used up all the bombs he had brought with him, and he had already turned around to kill the enemy. Yun Ting said, "Big brother Lung, you should rest here for a while. I'll go down." After saying that, Yun Ting lifted his spear and was about to walk down the city gate tower. Lung Haoyu pulled him over and said, "Don't go. You have to guard the city gate with Feng San. I still have to go look for someone." Currently, there was fighting everywhere in the city, and it was a complete mess. Lung Huai and the others had been separated for a long time. Chu Jing was not small, so it was very difficult to find someone in this situation. But Lung Haoyu had to go. But Yinting looked worriedly at Lung Haoyu's wounds. Lung Haoyu patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's just a superficial wound. It doesn't matter. I'm going." "Wait." Feng Jiao stopped him, and a smile of ecstasy appeared on his face. "The army is here." Everyone turned their heads to look, and sure enough, they saw a fire dragon moving quickly towards them from afar. At first, it was only faintly discernible, but after a while, it became very clear. Not to mention, there was also the sound of horse hooves gradually approaching. Feng Jiao shouted loudly, "The army is here! Open the city gate!" Immediately, there was a burst of cheers from the city gate tower. The first to arrive was still the Black Cloud Cavalry. In the dark night, the Black Cavalry quickly rushed through the city gate and rushed into the city without stopping. Then, they clashed with the northern soldiers in the city. After a while, everyone on the city gate tower saw the white-haired Mo Shuyao, who was dressed in white, riding his horse. "Prince is here! Prince is here!" Red fireworks bloomed in the night sky once again. Chu Jing, which was originally filled with killing and blood, was now filled with cheers and laughter. On a street in the east of the city, Wei Lin and a few soldiers were surrounded by a large group of northern soldiers. There were already piles of enemy corpses around them, but there were even more enemies standing in front of them. Fresh blood still soaked his black clothes, but it was impossible to see in the night. His cold eyes swept across the northern soldiers who were glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. Wei Lin sneered and raised the sword in his hand, drawing a cold light and a bloody light at the same time. After fighting nonstop for an entire day, even Wei Lin was a bit tired, not to mention the ordinary soldiers beside him. Very quickly, the soldiers beside Wei Lin also collapsed. Wei Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he quickly waved his sword and killed his way into the enemy. Just as these northern soldiers were rejoicing that they were finally going to get rid of this troublesome person, a group of soldiers wearing clothes completely different from those of Chu Jing and the northern army charged over. The person in the lead was tall and straight, and his appearance was handsome and solemn. The blue frost sword in his hand glittered coldly. Wherever it went, the northern soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were all killed. With the addition of this new force, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. "Who are you?" The person at the head of the northern soldiers roared unwillingly. The person on the horse glanced at him proudly and waved his sword without hesitation. "This general is He Su, big brother." Wei Lin looked at the man in military uniform in surprise. Wasn't this an Yi who he hadn't seen for many years? An Yi. He Su strode forward to support Wei Lin and smiled. "Shao Si, I haven't seen you for so many years. How are you?" Wei Lin nodded. "We're all good, but Big Brother was sent out on a mission by the princess. He hasn't come back yet." Although they knew that an Yi was sent out on a mission by the princess, they didn't know what the mission was. In the past few years, they had been secretly worried about him, but they didn't expect that when they met again, he had already become a general leading troops to war. He Su smiled. "The princess said that compared to others, I was more suitable to lead troops to war. So she asked me to anonymously become a soldier under General Morong's banner. Later, after moving around, I didn't disappoint the princess after so many years. Congratulations, Big Brother." They were both from Shadow Guard, and they were both brothers of the princess's Shadow Guard. Wei Lin was naturally happy for He Su's achievements. He Su smiled. "I also heard people say that you guys are also doing well. The prince has already led the army into the city. Your injuries aren't light. Go to the west of the city and rest for a while." Although Wei Lin was wearing black and couldn't see his injuries, He Su wasn't an ordinary person. Naturally, he could see that Wei Lin's complexion wasn't good. He was afraid that his injuries weren't light. He called a few soldiers to escort Wei Lin to the west of the city. He Su took his subordinates and continued to clear out the northern soldiers in the city. It wasn't until dawn that the sounds of fighting in the city gradually stopped, but there were still some small places where the fighting continued. The soldiers of the Mahist army were still shuttling through the streets and alleys to search for the remaining northern soldiers and the wounded in the Chu capital. The sky was slightly bright. Mo Xiaoyao led a group of soldiers and stood on the north wall of the Chu capital, looking down at the northern army camp in the distance. Although there were still hundreds of thousands of northern soldiers outside the city, the Mahist army didn't put them in their eyes. After this battle, not only did the northern army fail to take the Chu capital, but they also lost countless soldiers. not to mention their military strength. Just their morale had dropped by more than one level. Chapter 738. After the bloody battle just now, even the heavens seemed to show some compassion. The sky had just brightened when fine snow began to fall from the sky. Mo Xiaoyao did not wear a cloak. He was still dressed in white as he stood on the city gate tower amidst the fine snow. Looking up from below, he looked like a god overlooking the mortal world. Even from such a distance, Ren Qining and the generals of the northern region still felt an indescribable pressure. "Prince, we found Duke Hua." A guard hurried over to report. Mo Xiaoyao turned around and asked, "Where is he?" The guard hesitated and said, "Duke Hua is in the south of the city. He's heavily injured." "I'm afraid." Everyone's hearts sank. They naturally understood what the guard meant by, "I'm afraid." Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look. General Liu, I'll leave this to you." Liu Songxian did not say much and nodded silently. Duke Hua was in a small alley in the south of the city. When the Mahist army soldiers found him, he was already heavily injured and could not move. Not far from him were the corpses of northern and Dechu state soldiers. Duke Hua had been stabbed by a sword. The sword had not been pulled out yet. He sat alone on a stone block, not far from the alley entrance to rest. The winter nights in the Chu capital were not much warmer than the northwest. Duke Hua was already nearing 80 years old. With such heavy injuries, his face was already a bit pale. "Old Duke." Mo Xiaoyao stepped forward and supported Duke Hua. He glanced at the military doctor in front of him and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you treating Duke Hua?" Duke Hua raised his hand to stop Mo Xiaoyao. He shook his head and said, "No need. I know my own injuries. I can't take it anymore." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to check the sword wound. His expression also darkened. Duke Hua's injury was at a vital point. If he was in his prime, there might be some hope. However, in Duke Hua's current state, he would probably die the moment he pulled out the sword. Mo Xiaoyao closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Old Duke, we are late." Duke Hua shook his head and glanced at Mo Xiaoyao. "I know it's not easy for you either. To be able to arrive in time and prevent Chu capital from falling into the hands of the northerners." "Very good." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then he placed one hand on Duke Hua's shoulder and channeled true qi into him to prolong his life. At the same time, he ordered, "Go find the people from the Hua clan." The guard at the side hurriedly reported, "They've already gone. If the Hua clan's people are all right, they should be here soon." Hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, Duke Hua smiled and asked softly, "How are Tian Xiang and the others?" Mo Xiaoyao replied in a low voice, "They're doing very well. Tian Xiang has already arranged for Qingfeng to get married in a few months. Qingfeng, come here." Su Qingfeng hurriedly came forward and said respectfully, "Old Duke." Duke Hua raised his head with some difficulty and smiled. "The children of the Su family are all good children." "Very good. This old man won't be able to see you get married. From now on, treat Tian Xiang well." Su Qingfeng's eyes reddened as he nodded. "Yes, old Duke." "Grandfather." "Good child." The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the alley, and a young man hurriedly ran over. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Duke Hua raised his head and looked at him. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes before he slowly closed them. "Grandfather." When the young man arrived, he just happened to see Duke Hua smiling with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but kneel in front of him and cry loudly. To the side, a trace of sadness flashed in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes as he slowly withdrew the hand he had placed on Duke Hua's shoulder. He ordered in a low voice, "Duke Hua sacrificed himself for the country and died in battle. Pass down the order to be buried with the rights of a marquis and be posthumously conferred the title of Marquis of Loyalty." This subordinate obeys. The same sad scene played out in many places in the capital. In this battle, the number of people who died was uncountable. Not only were there the Chu capital garrison, but there were also the Black Cloud cavalry and the Mahist army. Not only were there ordinary soldiers, but there were also many high-ranking generals. In another place, Lung Haoyu struggled to support his seriously injured body as he looked at the person lying on the ground in front of him. There was a complicated look in his eyes that no one could understand. Lung Huai knelt on the ground, holding his eldest son's cold body in his arms. When they found Lung Qingyu, he was already dead. An arrow had hit his chest, hitting his vital point. This man, who had always been cold, proud, and unwilling to admit that his concubine's younger brother was better than him, finally died quietly on the streets of Chu capital without leaving a word. Lung Huai hugged his son's cold body as tears streamed down his face. No matter what, this was the son he doted on the most and had placed the most hopes on. The pain of losing his son was more painful than letting him die. Lung Haoyu stepped forward silently and squatted beside Lung Huai. He whispered, "Father, take big brother back first." In the end, the equally proud Lung Haoyu was finally willing to admit that this man was his elder brother. Lung Huai looked back at Lung Haoyu, and his gaze fell on the wound on his chest. He asked, "How's your injury?" Lung Haoyu said, "It's just a superficial wound. Father, let's go back." Lung Huai nodded. He carried Lung Qingyu with some difficulty and walked in the direction of the Lung residence with Lung Haoyu. Chapter 739. In the capital of Chu, the newly arrived Mahist army replaced the exhausted defenders of the Chu state on the city gate tower. Looking at the black flag on the city gate tower and the soldiers in black standing upright in the cold wind, the army of the northern region had to give up temporarily and did not dare to act rashly. Mo Xiaoyao led the crowd into the imperial palace of the Chu state. A trace of melancholy involuntarily flashed across Mo Xiaoyao's cold eyes as he looked at the majestic yet somewhat desolate imperial city in the thin layer of snow. However, there was more of an indescribable complexity in his eyes. As soon as he walked into the imperial palace, Missouri Xiaoyan came out with Princess Zhening to welcome him. When he saw Mo Xiaoyao, he also went forward and bowed respectfully. Xiaoyan pays his respects to Uncle Prince Ding. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at Mo Xiaoyun indifferently. He naturally didn't have a good impression of Mo Jingqi and noble consort Lu's son. However, Mo Xiaoyan in front of him was a little inferior to Mo Jingqi. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him, asking, "Where is Great Elder Princess?" Mo Xiaoyan lowered his head and said, "Great Elder Princess passed away 2 days ago, but she was worried that it would affect the morale of the soldiers guarding the city, so she asked us to keep it a secret. Great Elder Princess's coffin is still in the Imperial Palace, and Jiang Elder Princess is still keeping vigil." Mo Xiaoyao nodded and went to pay respects to Great Elder Princess first. Great Elder Princess was 2 years older than Du Hua, and she didn't suffer too much illness before she died, so she could be said to have died of old age. After paying respects to Great Elder Princess in the palace where her coffin was temporarily placed, Mo Xiaoyao greeted Jiayang Princess. Jiayang Princess was dressed in plain clothes and didn't wear any makeup. Her face was full of unconcealable fatigue and haggard. The two sat down in the side hall. Jiayang Princess looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said with relief, "Originally, I thought that you couldn't make it and the Chu capital would really fall into the hands of the northern region. Fortunately," Mo Xiaoyao calmly told him about the battle in the city, including Du Hua's death. When Jiayang Princess heard this, her eyes turned red. She sighed and had nothing to say. After a moment of silence, Jiayang Princess asked, "What do you plan to do with the 2 children?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiayang Princess. Jiayang Princess sighed and said, "I didn't like those 2 children at first. What good can a woman surnamed Lu and a child raised by the Lu family be?" However, after spending some time with them, she realized that these 2 children were very different from their parents. If possible, give them a way out. "I know you hate the Chu state's royal family. I hated them too." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Don't worry, as long as they don't do anything, I won't touch them." Jiayang Princess was startled by his distant words. She nodded and said, "If that's the case, thank you." It seemed like they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but it also seemed indescribable. The atmosphere in the side hall made the two uncomfortable. Soon, Mo Xiaoyao stood up and left. Looking at his departing figure, Xiaoyang Princess sighed helplessly. She knew where this sense of alienation came from. From now on, this kind of palace was still surnamed Mo, but it was no longer the Mo of the past. And she was still the Chu state's princess, no matter how much she hated them. Fortunately, she was now just a fallen princess. With the Mahist army holding the fort, the Chu capital quickly became lively again. 2 days ago, the city was covered in blood and the sounds of killing filled the sky. The people in the city hid in their homes and trembled in fear. Yet in just a few days, people buried the corpses and cleaned up the streets. Soon, the empty city became more lively. Mo Xiaoyao quickly gave the order to confer posthumous titles to the soldiers who had died in battle and reorganized the government of the Chu capital. Even though there were still hundreds of thousands of northern troops surrounding the city, the lives of the people in the city gradually returned to normal. Right now, there were not just hundreds of thousands of Mahist army in the Chu capital, but also many Mahist army and the Chu state generals. The people naturally did not worry about the enemy outside the city. After the two armies rested for half a month, Mo Xiaoyao once again ordered the Mo family army to split into two groups. One group was led by LV Songxian to rush out of the city to meet the northern army, not giving the other party a chance to recover their strength and attack the city again. The other group was led by Murong Shun to fight the northern tribe's army, led by Yelu Yi. In the same month, the Chu state's Prince Chongqing, Mo Xiaoyan, announced to the world that the Mahist army and Prince Ding had saved Chongqing City. From then on, Chongqing City and the people under its rule were under Prince Ding's command and were no longer subjects of the Chu state. Once this announcement was made, many people were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Among them, the angriest was Mo Jingli, who was entrenched in Jiangnan. The Chu state had given up the capital. Now that Prince Ding had rushed thousands of miles to save the capital, the people in the capital were willing to submit to Prince Ding. The Chu state's imperial court was like a mute. The Mahist army had just taken over the Chu capital, and their morale was at its peak. Murong Shun and the southern Marquis, who was guarding Feihong Pass, attacked from both sides, forcing the northern tribe's army to retreat. In addition, the northern tribe's army was short on food and could not withstand months of hard fighting. Both sides had to call a truce. The northern tribe's army had not achieved anything after months of hard fighting. There were also some internal conflicts. Helplessly, Ren Qining could only give the order to retreat from Zijing Pass and return with hatred. Thus, it was spring in March. Although much of the Chu state's territory was still in the hands of the northern tribes and the northern tribes. However, in a short 7 to 8 months, the Mahist army was invincible from east to west, and then from west to east. This was enough to prove that this famous army was still strong. Thus, the Mahist army's territory stretched from Shiling's Anping continent to the west, to the Chu state's Zijing Pass to the east. Although the territory was slightly smaller than Shiling's, it was still much larger than the Chu state's imperial court in Jiangnan. More importantly, Prince Ding's family owned the two imperial cities in the east and west. Their reputation was second to none in the world. After more than half a year of fighting, both sides had used up countless amounts of money and food. For the time being, no one had the energy to continue fighting. Thus, even though the various armies were still eyeing each other covetously, they all had the will to stop and recuperate. Once the fighting stopped, Mo Xiaoyao threw the large and small matters of the Chu capital to Feng Jiao, LV Songxian, and the others. Then, he quickly rode back to the northwest. The Mahist army knew that the Wang Fei was pregnant. They understood the prince's anxiety and did not say anything. Lili, in the middle of April, although spring came later in the northwest, it was already late spring. In the garden of the Prince Ding mansion, all kinds of beautiful flowers were still blooming. Among them, the most beautiful ones were the peonies that had been transplanted from Yinzhou. All kinds of peonies competed to be the most beautiful, making the entire garden appear elegant and luxurious. Their fragrance filled the air. Yili sat on a stone stool covered with thick cushions in the garden. She smiled as she watched Mo Xiaobao wield a small sword and focus on swinging it. Lung Junhan and Su Zhiruei, who were watching from the side, also cheered, even though Yili suspected that the two little ones didn't know what was good and bad. Under the light green cloak, his round belly was already very big. Yili smiled as she watched the sword dance and gently caressed the round belly. Even though it was already 9 months, the belly was too big. Mo Xiaobao had not been this big in the beginning. Thinking of how Dr. Lin had mentioned that this could be twins, Yili smiled faintly. There was nothing wrong with twins, but she had not told Mo Xiaoyao about this. Otherwise, with his personality, it was possible that he would abandon the soldiers on the battlefield and run back. Chapter 740. Hearing the sound coming from outside the garden, Yili was slightly startled. She couldn't help but think, could it be that she was hearing things in the late stages of pregnancy? Mo Xiaobao, who was dancing with the sword, heard this and blinked. He turned to face Yili and pursed his lips. Niang Qin, Fu Wang has returned. Although her tones sounded like she was unhappy, her pair of big black eyes suddenly lit up. Yili turned her head and saw a certain person covered in dust standing at the entrance of the garden, looking at her with a smile. Li, I've returned. Xiao, seeing that she was about to stand up, Mo Xiaoyao quickly jumped into the garden and supported Yili, saying, "Don't move." Looking at the round belly in front of him, the usually calm Prince Ding couldn't help but widen his eyes and look worriedly at Yili. Li, are you all right? Why is he so big? Dr. Lin said that he might be twins, so naturally he's much bigger than one. Yili said with a faint smile. What? Mo Xiaoyao felt his vision darken and his limbs go soft. One was enough to make him worried and afraid, but there were two. How could it be like this? Where is Shenyang? Have him quickly come over and take a look at Wang Fei. Mo Xiaoyao said anxiously. Yili glanced at him in annoyance and said, Don't you know that Sir Shun went to Fourth Brother's place? Dr. Lin has already taken a look at me. I'm fine and the child is also fine. But no buts, Yili said firmly. She pulled Mo Xiaoyao and said, Why don't you wash up and rest after coming back? I came out for a walk and will go back soon. Go back and rest first. Mo Xiaoyao was already scared out of his wits and could only allow Yili to pull him away. The three children behind him looked at each other. After a long while, Su Zhiruei blinked and asked with a handsome face as serious as his father's, We didn't pay our respects to Uncle. The youngest child, Lung Junhan, touched her head and said, Uncle Prince Ding won't be angry if he doesn't see us. Uncle Prince Ding didn't even spare them a glance, but, thinking of Uncle Prince Ding's cold eyes, little dummy, Lung shook her little head. If he didn't see it, then so be it. It's good that he didn't see it. Mo Xiaobao proudly stared at his father's back as he walked away. He snorted and raised his little head. I don't care if he sees me. Let's go find eldest uncle. The three little buns gathered together for a discussion and agreed that Mo Xiaobao's suggestion was not bad. Eldest uncle was much more amiable than father. After returning to the main courtyard where the two lived, Mo Xiaoyao came out after bathing and freshening up. Yili had already ordered people to prepare some of Mo Xiaoyao's favorite dishes and put them on the table. These days, Mo Xiaoyao was in a hurry to return to the northwest and didn't eat much. Seeing these dishes, he couldn't help but have an appetite. He sat down and pulled Yili to eat together. Now wasn't the time to eat, and Yili didn't feel hungry. She only ate half a bowl of porridge and then stopped. She sat on the side and watched Mo Xiaoyao eat. From time to time, she would pick up some meat for him. After so many years, Mo Xiaoyao was still a picky eater. If it wasn't for Yili personally picking up food for him, he would only eat vegetarian dishes. He was even more sage-like than Su Qingchen. As they ate, Mo Xiaoyao talked about some things that happened in the Chu capital. Naturally, he didn't forget about Duke Hua dying for the country. Yili had a good impression of Duke Hua and was naturally very sad to hear about his death. I'm afraid that I will have to tell Sister Hua and Tian Xiang about this. Mo Xiaoyao said. You don't need to worry about this. I will have someone tell them. The children are more important. Wait until these two are born. Yili thought for a moment and could only nod. The children will be born next month. When the children are 1 month old, it will be grandfather's birthday. With a frown, Yili gently stroked her round belly and said, if that's the case, then we won't hold the children's 1 month old celebration. It wasn't a small matter to hold Prince Ding's young master and young Juanju's 1 month old celebration. If it was held together with grandfather's birthday, then they wouldn't have to do anything in the next 2 months. Imo Xiaoyao didn't have any thoughts on whether to hold the children's 1 month old celebration. He only raised an eyebrow and asked. Back then, Imo Xiaobao's 1 month old celebration was a big one. Won't these two be unhappy when they grow up? Yili smiled and said, Prince Ding is concerned about the relationship between siblings? What can a 1 month old celebration be? If he is unhappy because of this, then it's because we as parents didn't teach them well. Imo Xiaoyao nodded and smiled as he looked at Yi Li's belly. It's not that Father King is biased towards you. It's your mother's idea. Is Li here? Su Qingxin's elegant voice came from outside the door. The servant girl guarding the door quickly bowed and said, Prince Ding just returned. Wang Fei is accompanying Prince Ding to eat. Hearing their voices, Imo Xiaoyao instantly became unhappy. He had just returned and hadn't even gotten a chance to rest. Why did Su Qingshan come to find him? Couldn't he just let him rest? Yili didn't sense Imo Xiaoyao's unhappiness. She laughed and said, Dege, come in. Su Qingshan stepped into the parlor and looked at Imo Xiaoyao, who was staring at her with a dark expression. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips. When did Prince Ding come back? We didn't even know. Yili said apologetically. He just arrived and went straight back to Yuan. Does the Ge have anything to do with this time? Of course, Su Qingshan couldn't say that she knew Imo Xiaoyao had just returned and purposely came to annoy him. She said with a smile, It's nothing major. It's just that in 2 months, it's about time to draw up the invitation for grandfather's birthday. I happen to have some free time today, so I came to discuss it with you. Yili frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, The Northwest, Xiling, and the Chu capital naturally have to be invited. But the other places, Nanzhao, northern border, Xiling, and Jiangnan should be invited? Imo Xiaoyao put down his bowl and chopsticks. He raised his eyebrows and said, Of course. Last year was such a big change. Even if we don't invite them, they will come themselves. Su Qingshan nodded and said, I know. Also, does Prince Ding plan to host it in the Chu capital or Li City? This was also a problem. If it was hosted in the Chu capital, it meant that Imo Xiaoyao would move the Prince Ding mansion back to the Chu capital. If it was hosted in Li City, then the Chu capital would have to be reconsidered. After all, it was a capital city, and it was different from the Emperor of Xiling City. The Emperor of Xiling City could be said to have been picked up for free. It would be best if they had it, but losing it wouldn't be a big loss. But the Chu capital was surrounded by enemies. If it was lost, it would be a huge blow to the Prince Ding mansion's reputation. Imo Xiaoyao rubbed his eyebrows. He thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, what do you think? Su Qingshan smiled and said, This kind of big matter is naturally decided by the prince. Imo Xiaoyao rolled his eyes at him and said proudly, I order you to say it. Su Qingshan didn't care. He shrugged and said with a smile, Li City is still too small. If we want to build it on a large scale, it can't be completed in a day. With the prince overseeing the Chu capital, it will be a good deterrent to the people in the northern border and southern border. In other words, Su Qingshan still preferred to move the Prince Ding mansion back to the Chu capital. Chapter 741. Imo Xiaoyao naturally understood that Su Qingshan's words made sense. After thinking for a moment, he asked, The Chu capital is too far away from the Western Tomb. If something happens there in the future, we won't be able to help. Glass City also had its advantages. For example, it was located at the center of the continent. If they weren't strong enough, they would be attacked from all sides. However, if they were strong enough, this place could expand in all directions. Su Qingshan said, We can't give up on Glass City. However, we don't have a way to expand Glass City to a sufficient size in a short time. Now that the world is in chaos, it's not a good thing to waste manpower and resources. To put it bluntly, Glass City was too small. Originally, if the Princeton Mansion only guarded this small piece of land in the northwest, there wouldn't be much to say. However, the territory under the Princeton Mansion's control was no smaller than any other powerful country. If this continued, it would make people feel that it was too shabby. It would make the soldiers and officials feel unconfident. Because Princeton clearly didn't have any plans to ascend the throne, no one knew what the Princeton Mansion would be like in the future. Su Qingchun had been handling all kinds of government affairs in Glass City for a long time. Naturally, he knew all the doubts and rumors among the officials and citizens. In the current situation, if they didn't expand Glass City, they would have to move the Princeton Mansion back to the Chu capital. Mo Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. He raised his head and said, Mr. Qingyun's birthday banquet will still be held in Glass City. After that, I and Miss Li will temporarily be stationed in the Chu capital. Mr. Qingchun, you should go as well. Everything in Glass City will remain the same. Su Qingchun was a bit helpless. He smiled and said, Since the prince has decided, as a subordinate, I can only follow his orders. Does the prince plan to operate both Glass City and the Chu capital at the same time? Mo Xiao nodded and said, Right now, the terrain we occupy stretches from east to west. The distance between east and west is too far. If something happens in the west, it will be too late by the time the news reaches the Chu capital. Also, after taking care of Ren Qining, the Chu capital's role will be greatly reduced. When the time comes, the Western Hill and the Northern tribes will be the focus. The closest place to the Western Hill and the Northern tribes was obviously Glass City. Su Qingchun raised his eyebrows and smiled. Prince is indeed ambitious. However, I have a question that I haven't asked, and I'm sure that many of you are already very perplexed. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Qingchun with a smile. Prince, have you never thought of ascending the throne? Su Qingchun asked. If it was in the past, I wouldn't be surprised if the prince didn't care about the Princeton Mansion in the northwest. But now, the Princeton Mansion covers thousands of miles from east to west. Why did the prince? This question indeed puzzled many people. Not only the subordinates of the Princeton Mansion, but even outsiders could not see through Mo Xiaoyao's thoughts. If it were anyone else who had such a vast territory, they would have long since claimed to be the overlord. Unlike Mo Xiaoyao, who did not have any self-awareness in this regard. Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's hand and smiled amiably at Su Qingchun. No other reason. Not interested. Not interested? Su Qingchun frowned and couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind. Young Master Qingchun was naturally calm and easy to accept. If it were anyone else, such as Feng Jiao and the others, they would probably pounce on Mo Xiaoyao and shake him by the collar. Are you playing with us? Are you playing with us? Su Qingchun was only surprised for a moment before regaining his composure. All right, it wasn't like he was going to be the emperor. If he wasn't interested, then so be it. Actually, ascending the throne was just a ceremony and a title. In the Princeton Mansion, who dared to say that Mo Xiaoyao's authority was not as great as the empress? To hell with the legitimacy. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Su Qingchun with some disdain. Since young Master Qingchun is fine, you should go back first. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. The husband and wife were reuniting after a long separation. What was he doing here? Su Qingchun acted as if he didn't see his gaze and smiled at Yi Li. Since it's like this, Li, you should rest well. I will take good care of Xiao Bao and the others. Hearing this, Yi Li's face was filled with dejection. She actually left the 3 children in the garden and left. Was her mind really muddled because of pregnancy? Big brother, are Xiao Bao and the others with you? Sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble. It's just that Xiao Bao told me sadly that his father didn't even want to look at him and left. Su Qingchun's smile was like a spring breeze. Mo Xiaoyao laughed coldly and said lightly, Then I'll have to trouble young Master Qingchun to take care of them. After all, Imo Xiaoyao likes eldest uncle the most, right? Speaking of favorite, Imo Xiaoyao couldn't help but grit his teeth. He deeply felt that he had raised a little white-eyed wolf who lived off him while helping others. Seeing that Imo Xiaoyao was really going to carry the children away, Su Qingshun didn't tease him anymore. She smiled and bid farewell. In the reception pavilion, Yili looked curiously at Imo Xiaoyao. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile. Wisely looking at me like that. Have you discovered that your husband has become more handsome after not seeing him for so long? Yili looked at the sky, speechless. You really don't plan to ascend the throne? Imo Xiaoyao gave a light snort and said carelessly, "What's so good about ascending the throne? I'm always worried that someone will steal my throne. Occasionally, when I want to play around, I'll be scolded by the imperial censors. When I want to kill someone, I'll have to listen to the long-winded lectures of those old men. Most importantly, I have no interest in accepting the daughters of those old men who can't marry. Could it be that Lily wants your husband to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Actually, it's not impossible. After your husband ascends the throne, I'll order that the future emperor can only have 1 empress and no concubines. Then, I'll kill all those old men who like to criticize me. Your husband will be a tyrant. What do you think, Lili?" Yili only felt a wave of powerlessness. She waved her hand and said, "Let's talk about ascending the throne later." Chapter 742. In less than a month, the news of the Mahist army occupying the Chu capital had spread throughout the great rivers North and South Pass. In an instant, all the nobles who had been scheming against each other had calmed down. In a short span of less than 10 years, Prince Ding's residence had actually changed from being suppressed by Mo Jingqi to a behemoth that could compete with anyone under their eyes. Many people regretted that they didn't take advantage of the Prince Ding mansion's weakest moment to stab them a few times. Now, they had an unpredictable and powerful enemy. However, looking at the Mahist army soldiers guarding the city like wolves and tigers, the people who were ready to make a move couldn't help but retract their steps. It was true that the desire to destroy the Mahist army was strong, but everyone knew that the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. If they couldn't help but make a move and fight to the death with the Prince Ding mansion, it would only benefit others. While the people in power of each country had their own thoughts and plans, the Prince Ding mansion in Glass City was in chaos. The usually quiet and warm main courtyard was in a clamor. There were a few people sitting or standing in the parlor, all of them looking restless. There were also many people standing in the courtyard outside the parlor, waiting anxiously. If one had been in the Prince Ding mansion for a long time, they would definitely remember that this scene had played out once 7 years ago. That's right, today was the day that the Prince Ding mansion's new member was going to be born. In the parlor, Imo Xiaoyao sat on the main seat with a calm expression. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that his body was already stiff. If it wasn't for him trying his best to control himself, he might have already rushed into the room. Although he had already experienced it a few years ago when he gave birth to Imo Xiaobao, it was because he had experienced it that he felt even more terrified. Furthermore, when she gave birth to Imo Xiaobao, there was only one. This time, there were 2. Everyone in the parlor had the same goal of distancing themselves from Imo Xiaoyao. Even the mischievous Imo Xiaoyao, who usually made his father uncomfortable, tactfully distanced himself from Imo Xiaoyao and lay in Mr. Qingyun's arms. Yili wasn't someone who liked to scream when she was in pain, so when she was giving birth, it didn't sound as scary as the average pregnant woman. Qin Zheng, who was sitting by the side, could not help but recall the time when she gave birth to Su Zhiruwei. It was said that the entire Su manor could hear the screams. Su Qingze, who had always been cold and stern, was so scared that he fainted the moment he heard that the child was born. Compared to Yi Li's current situation, she suddenly felt that she had lost too much face. Imo Xiaobao stared at the maidservants carrying water in and out from time to time. He leaned into Master Qingyun's arms worriedly, and his dark eyes were filled with fear. Master Qingyun patted his little great-grandson tenderly and said softly, Chun, don't be afraid. Your mother is fine. Chin, do you want to go out and play with Jirue? When you come back, brother and sister will come out. Mo Xiaobao shook his head and said, No, Chun wants to wait for brother and sister to be born. Great-grandfather, was it very painful when mother gave birth to Chun? Master Qingyun smiled and said, Yes, every mother will be very painful when giving birth to a child. So Chun must be filial to mother in the future. Do you understand? Mo Xiaobao nodded heavily and said, Chun knows. Chun will be filial to mother. Chun likes mother the most. Good boy. There are also many people standing in the courtyard outside the door. Not only the people of the Princeton mansion, but also Hua Tianxiang, Han Mingxi, Yi Wenhua, and others. The parlor was too small to have a place to sit. They had to wait anxiously in the courtyard closest to it. In the bedroom, Yuli was lying on the bed and enduring the waves of pain. Her face was a little pale. Second Madam Su anxiously watched the midwife busying herself. She could only hold Yi Li's hand and said, Lier, don't be afraid. If it hurts, just cry out. Yi Li squeezed out a smile at Second Madam Su. This birth was indeed more painful than the last time when she gave birth to Mo Xiaobao. There was a sharp pain, and Yi Li finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. Second Madam Su wiped the sweat on her forehead and asked, What's the matter? How long will it take to give birth? The midwife was a little embarrassed and said, I'm afraid it will take a while. The position of the little heir's fetus is a little wrong. We have to adjust the position of the fetus. Second Madam Su's face darkened. She had also given birth to 2 children, so she naturally knew the trouble of having a wrong fetus. Then hurry up. You know the identity of the princess consort. Don't let anything happen to her. The midwife nodded and said, Madam, don't worry. The princess consort's condition isn't serious. There won't be any problems. It's just that the princess consort will have to suffer a little. Yi Li also heard their conversation. She nodded slightly and said, It's okay. You can do it. The midwife then went forward and adjusted the position of the fetus. Second Madam Su held Yi Li's hand and comforted her in a low voice. Don't be afraid, Li. Relax. When Aunt gave birth to your third brother, the position of the fetus was also wrong. Don't worry. Yi Li nodded and endured the waves of pain. From day to night, other than Yi Li's painful cries, there was no sound of the child crying. Mo Xiaoyao, who had been sitting on the main seat, finally couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and was about to walk in when Master Qingyun hurriedly called out, Stop! Mo Xiaoyao paused and continued to walk forward. Master Qingyun said in a low voice, If it's for Lia, don't go in for a long time. If you go in, will the midwives still dare to move? These words weren't false. Mo Xiaoyao's pressure right now, not to mention the midwives, even the people sitting in the parlor couldn't take it. Qin Zheng had already held Mo Xiaobao's hand and waited outside the door. He was afraid that if Mo Xiaoyao went in, the midwives would panic even more. It wasn't rare to make a mistake in the chaos. Mo Xiaoyao's cold air kept blowing out. He turned back to look at Master Qingyun. After a while, he finally turned back and sat down in his original position. But that sharp gaze didn't make people doubt that he wanted to blow open the closed door with one palm. Everyone waited until dawn before the first sound of a baby crying came from the room. The originally solemn and worried crowd seemed to wake up in an instant and stood up one after another. Mo Xiaobao also ran in from outside. Mimi, I heard Mimi's voice. Then he ran towards the door. But the door was still closed. Mo Xiaobao didn't leave and just waited at the door. After a while, another sobbing sound was heard. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Not long later, Madame Su and a midwife each carried a child out. She smiled and said, A son and a daughter, mother and child are safe. She brought the children in front of Master Qingyun. The 2 wrinkled little red monkeys made Master Qingyun very happy. Good children. How is Lier? Second Madam Su smiled and said, after being tired for a day and night, she fell asleep. Father, look, this is big sister and this is little brother. Master Qingyun nodded happily and said, "Women are good, very good, very good." Chapter 743. Mo Xiaobao pulled second foreign's clothes and couldn't wait. Grand Aunt Chen wants to see his brother and sister. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. When second foreign turned around to give the child to Mo Xiaoyao, there was no sign of Mo Xiaoyao. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the child was born safely. After waiting here for a day and night, they were all very tired, especially Master Qingyun, who was 80 years old and couldn't bear the fatigue. Seeing Yi Li and the child were safe, Su Hongyu hurriedly ordered Qin Zheng and Su Qingze to help Master Qingyun back to rest. Everyone else also dispersed to rest. Only second foreign still needed to spend some effort to look after the two children with the midwife. Yi Li woke up from a deep sleep. There were candles in the room, and it was already dark outside. She habitually raised her hand to touch her belly and found that the round belly that had accompanied her for several months was flat. Her entire body was sore, as if someone had taken it apart. She moved her body, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a head of silver hair spread out by the bed. She saw Mo Xiaoyao lying on the bed, holding one of her hands and sleeping soundly. When Yi Li moved, Mo Xiaoyao quickly opened his eyes. Seeing Yi Li open her eyes and look at him, his sleepy eyes suddenly bloomed with joy. "Li, you're awake." Yi Li nodded and raised her hand to smooth his messy hair. She asked softly, "How long have I slept? Where are the children?" Mo Xiaoyao looked outside and said, "It's already 5 o'clock. You've slept for almost a day and a night." The children. A trace of confusion flashed through Mo Xiaoyao's eyes. He hadn't seen the children yet. "Someone come." Qing Shuang and the others who had been waiting outside heard the sound and quickly came in. Princess is awake." Seeing Yi Li wake up, Qing Shuang was also very happy. "This servant will have someone bring the hot porridge prepared for Wang Fei." Mo Xiaoyao stopped her and asked, "Where's the child?" Qing Shuang smiled and said, "Young master and young Canton princess are sleeping outside. This servant will ask Mama to bring them in." After speaking, Qing Shuang bowed and hurriedly turned around to leave. Not long after, Mother Lin and Mother Wei each came in with a swaddle in their arms. She carefully placed the swaddling clothes on the empty space on the bed beside Yi Li. She smiled and said, "Princess consort, quickly take a look. The little heir and the little princess are very good looking." Yi Li looked down. Although she already knew what a newborn baby looked like, she still couldn't help but feel embarrassed. With her eyesight, she really couldn't tell what was good about these two wrinkled and red little monkeys. But in the end, they were her children. Looking at the two little things sleeping comfortably with their eyes closed, Yi Li felt her heart soften like cotton. Lovingly touching the little babies' red faces, Yi Li couldn't help but smile. Mother Lin said, "Princess consort, the one in red is the little princess, and the one in yellow is the little heir. The little princess looks exactly the same as Princess Consort when she was young." Yi Li's mouth twitched. In any case, she couldn't tell how the little bun looked like her. She smiled and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, asking, "Xiaoyao, take a look." Mo Xiaoyao originally didn't have much interest in the two little buns. Hearing Mother Lin's words, he looked over. After looking for a long time, he looked at Yi Li's face and nodded. They really do look alike. I's little princess will definitely be as beautiful as Princess Li in the future. So, this person didn't actually see it, but it was a beautiful wish. Yi Li had already slept for a day and night. When she woke up, she was a little hungry. After eating a bowl of meat porridge that Qing Shuang had carefully prepared, Mo Xiaoyao was finally sent to rest. Mo Xiaoyao hadn't had a good rest since Yi Li started acting up and was about to give birth 2 days ago. Now that he saw with his own eyes that Yi Li was safe and sound, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After Yi Li finished her porridge, she got up and went to rest. Yi Li, on the other hand, had slept for too long, so she couldn't fall asleep. She placed the two little buns, whose eyes hadn't even opened, on her bed to look at them. Looking at the two babies who were still sleeping soundly with their eyes closed, Yili's heart was filled with tender feelings. She bent down and kissed the two wrinkled little faces. When the sun had just risen, Immerse Xiaobao, who had received the news that Yili had woken up, ran over. He didn't let anyone report his arrival and ran into the bedroom. Yili raised her head and saw him poking his little head into the room. She couldn't help but smile and ask, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you coming in? Is Father Wang not here?" Immerse Xiaobao looked around the room, as if confirming that Immerse Xiaoyao really wasn't here. Only then did he walk in with relief. He ran in small steps to Yili and looked at the two babies lying side by side on the bed. "Mother, are you all right?" Yili lightly smiled and rubbed her son's little head. She smiled and said, "Mother is fine, so I came to see little sister and little brother." Immerse Xiaobao climbed onto the bed and knelt on the bed to look at the two little buns. He stretched out his little hand and curiously poked at them, asking, "Little sister and little brother, why do they look like wrinkled little monkeys? They don't look good at all." Yili quickly grabbed his mischievous little hand and said with a smile, "After a few days, they will become white and chubby babies." Xiaobao also looked like this when he was just born. What? Immerse Xiaobao was puzzled, but there was also a little disdain and disbelief. How could he be so wrinkled and ugly? Aunt clearly said that he was a white and chubby baby when he was born. But, looking at his sleeping and well-behaved little brother and sister, they actually weren't that ugly. Immerse Xiaobao nodded heavily in his heart. Even if his little brother and sister were a little ugly, he would still love them very much and treat them very well. He treated them even better than Xiao Dailong and Su Jirue. What are you thinking about? Looking at Immerse Xiaobao nodding and shaking his head with a thoughtful expression, Yili raised her hand to touch his little head. Immerse Xiaobao smiled and said, "Mother, Xiaobao will love little brother and sister very much." Yili smiled and said, "Mother knows that Xiaobao will be a good older brother." The last time Yili gave birth to Immerse Xiaobao, she didn't have a full month of confinement like other people. In her previous life, it wasn't uncommon for many women to run around after a week after giving birth. As for the Westerners, there was no such thing as a full month of confinement. Yili naturally didn't have the patience to have a full month of confinement. Not to mention other things, there were too many things to do in these few months. But even so, Yili was still forced to lie in bed by Su Air Foreign and two mamas for half a month before she was allowed to move freely. At the end of May, the Prince Ding Mansion sent out invitations to the powerful and famous people of the surrounding countries, inviting them to Sir Qing Yun's 80th birthday at the end of June. At the same time as the invitations, there was another piece of news. Princess Ding gave birth to a pair of twins in May, one boy and one girl. The Prince Ding Mansion had a new addition. The news of Yi Li's pregnancy was originally only spread among the generals under the command of the Prince Ding Mansion, but had never been announced to the outside world. Although outsiders were curious as to why the Wang Fei, who always went in and out with Prince Ding, didn't participate in the Battle of Chujing this time. But many people only thought that the Wang Fei stayed behind to guard the northwest and didn't pay much attention. Now that the news came out, it made people envious and jealous of Prince Ding. He had just taken over the two imperial cities of Xiling to Chu State, and the Wang Fei immediately gave birth to a pair of twins. It was as if the heavens had blessed Immerse Xiaoyao with all the good luck. Chapter 744. Of all the people who heard the news, the angriest were Mo Jingli and Ren Qining. Needless to say, Mo Jingli and Immerse Xiaoyao were naturally at odds. Now that their children were a couple, they were deeply in love. But he couldn't even find his only son. How could Immerse Xiaoyao not be angry? In his anger, he couldn't help but remember his deep hatred for Mo Jingqi. He tormented the 7 or 8-year-old little emperor. The originally timid and weak little emperor was so scared that he cried and almost fell sick. Compared to Mo Jingli, Ren Qining was even more furious. His son, daughter, wife, and concubines were all killed by Immerse Xiaoyao. This kind of killing was no different from exterminating his entire family. Just like that, He had even stirred up a conflict between factions in the northern region that was not harmonious to begin with. How could Ren Qining not hate Mo Xiaoyao to the core? Seeing the red invitation aimed at the golden, auspicious cloud, Ren Qining was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Xiaoyao. In the study, seeing Ren Qining's ferocious expression, his trusted aides were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. After a long time, seeing Ren Qining slowly calm down, someone came forward and asked carefully, "Young master, this invitation, are we going?" Ren Qining smiled coldly, holding the invitation tightly in his hand, as if he was holding Mo Xiaoyao himself. "Go, why wouldn't we go? Not only I, the northern tribes, southern Zhao, and western Tum are all going. If we don't go, won't people look down on us?" The advisor was shocked and asked worriedly, "Could it be that Mo Xiaoyao is holding a banquet at Hongmen this time?" Ren Qining glanced at his subordinate and snorted, "Banquet at Hongmen, no matter how capable Mo Xiaoyao is, he doesn't have the ability to trap so many people in Glass City and kill them. I just want to probe the thoughts of the rulers of each country. It just so happens that I also want to meet Yilu Yi and Lei Jinting." Hearing his words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, someone else raised a question. If young master were to go personally, I'm afraid he would have to bring along a madam. But now, it was indeed inappropriate for the ruler of a country to go on a diplomatic mission without his female companions. What's more, there were some occasions where women played an irreplaceable role, especially in the Prince Ding mansion. When there was a Princess Ding who held real power, the distinguished guests from various countries who attended the birthday banquet would inevitably bring their women along. However, the problem now was that all the women of the northern region's royal family had been killed. Not a single one of them was left. And now, the thing that gave Ren Qining a headache was also the harem. Previously, Ren Qining had married the princess of the northern region tribe as his first wife, and then he had taken in several concubines. Most of them were women from the Central Plains, which was naturally in line with the thoughts of the Central Plains officials around Ren Qining. After all, they had always regarded themselves as the legitimate descendants of the Central Plains, although they had no choice but to borrow the power of the northern region to restore their country. They still hoped that the next emperor would be of pure Central Plains blood. So when the queen and her children were killed, these Central Plains people couldn't deny that they were secretly happy. But then the princes and princesses of the Central Plains concubines also died, and everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. And now, the country couldn't go a day without a ruler, so the harem naturally couldn't go a day without a ruler. But on the question of whether Ren Qining should marry a woman from the Central Plains or a woman from the northern region, both sides couldn't persist. Originally, when the Central Plains officials were weak, it was easy to talk about it. But now that the northern region had taken over a large portion of the Chu state's land, the northern region army had rapidly expanded by a large number of people from the Chu state. As a result, the situation where the army was originally full of people from the northern region was quickly broken, and the Central Plains officials gradually had the capital to challenge. So the question of whether to marry a woman from the northern region or a woman from the Central Plains had been debated for more than half a month. The moment the two sides met, they would throw daggers at each other, mocking and ridiculing each other. They were just short of pouncing on each other to fight. Ren Qining naturally leaned toward the Central Plains people. As a man, he naturally preferred the gentle and demure women of the Central Plains compared to the rougher women of the northern region. But the people of the northern region weren't all idiots. Ren Qining himself was a Central Plains person. If he were to marry a Central Plains person as his queen, then wouldn't the northern region directly change its name to that of the Central Plains? Would there still be a place for the tribes of the northern region in the future? Naturally, they would resolutely oppose it. Ren Qining felt his head hurt when he thought of this matter. Originally, if he had successfully taken over the Chu capital this time, he could naturally use the name of the imperial orphan of the previous dynasty to restore his legitimacy, and these people of the northern region wouldn't be so important. Unfortunately, because of Mo Xiaoyao's interference, all his efforts had been for naught. In the future, he would naturally have to rely on these people of the northern region. It was impossible to shake them off or suppress them in a short time. Not only was it impossible, he had to support them even more. Waving his hand to interrupt the discussion, Ren Xining said in a low voice, "Go back and announce Ai's decision. Confer Helan of the Taji tribe as the empress." "Young master," everyone shouted in unison. One of them stepped forward and said, "Young master, that Princess Helan is unruly and willful. How could she be the empress?" Ren Xining said impatiently, "Otherwise, can you find a more suitable candidate from the northern region? Being unruly and willful also has its benefits. At least she isn't so scheming, so as to avoid annoying people." His ex-wife, the princess of a northern region, was no less scheming than a man. The northern region didn't have as many restrictions on women as the Central Plains. The princess of a northern region was originally cultivated as an heir. Unfortunately, she fell in love with Ren Xining at first sight and was willing to be a queen in the harem rather than the leader of the most powerful tribe in the northern region. Even so, Ren Xining had long been impatient with the many restrictions placed on her. If Mo Xiaoyao hadn't been so ruthless, Ren Xining probably would have thanked him properly this time. In addition, confer the titles of Lord Wang's eldest daughter and Lord Zhang's third daughter as concubines. With this, everyone was satisfied. When it came to palace politics, how could a woman of the northern region who only knew how to make a scene be a match for a woman of the Central Plains? Chapter 745. Northwest Glass City. 6 or 7 years ago, it was just an inconspicuous city in the northwest of the Chu state. However, because Prince Ding's residence was located here, it had developed into a place that connected the various countries in the western region to the Central Plains in just a few years. At the same time, it had also become one of the most prosperous cities in the surrounding countries. And now, it was connected to the westernmost Xiling Imperial City and the Chu capital Chongqing City in the east. At this point, the east-west trade route that Prince Ding's residence had painstakingly managed for several years was finally declared complete. Glass City was destined to become a transfer point between the two sides. It was more prosperous than the west. It was only the middle of the 6th month, but there were even more people coming to Glass City. Not only were there rich merchants, noble families, and refined scholars, but there were also people in power and royalty from various countries. Suddenly, Glass City could be said to be a gathering of heroes. Originally, even though Master Qingyun was famous, if it was just his birthday, there wouldn't be so many people coming. However, when Master Qingyun was Princess Ding's grandfather and the Su family members all held important positions in the Prince Ding mansion, everything changed. Moreover, there were also the two major events of Prince Ding's recent acquisition of 2 capital cities and the birth of a son. Basically, anyone who could make it in time wouldn't miss out on this grand occasion. In the Prince Ding mansion in the city, Master Qingyun and Su Zhe were sitting under a shady tree and playing chess. No matter how noisy it was outside, it wouldn't reach them. As he thought about the game in front of him, Su Zhe smiled and said, "Glass City can be said to be a gathering of heroes. Master Qingyun is so lucky." Master Qingyun shook his head indifferently. What's the point of a birthday celebration? It's not as good as a family eating a meal together. How many people in this city are sincerely here to celebrate an old man's birthday? Su Zhe thought. Although Master Qingyun's words were straightforward, they were the truth. He smiled faintly and said, "In any case, it's the children and grandchildren's filial piety. Mr. Qingyun, please don't attack them like this." Mr. Qingyun smiled and said, "How could this old man be so insensible? Although we old men are old and weak, we can still watch a few plays." Hearing this, Su Zhe also smiled and shook his head. He slowly placed a chess piece on the table and smiled. "Now that you've said it like that, you're making those people who rushed here in a hurry feel embarrassed. Greetings, Mr. Qingyun." At the door, a servant in green said respectfully. Mr. Qingyun raised his head and asked, "What's the matter?" The manservant respectfully reported, "Fourth young master, Su has returned and is waiting outside to pay his respects to Mr." There's also a Mr. Xiaoding who wishes to see you. Su Zhe and Mr. Qingyun looked at each other. Mr. Qingyun hurriedly said, "Quickly invite Mr. Xiaoding and Qingbai in." The manservant accepted the order and left. Su Zhe smiled and said, "Chen Xiufu is also here. I heard that he helped fourth young master in Xiling. It seems that he is now sincerely loyal to the Princeton mansion." Mr. Qingyun smiled and said, "With his sincere help, Qingbai will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." As they spoke, Mr. Xiaoding and Su Qingbai walked in one after another. Su Qingbai walked in front of Mr. Qingyun and respectfully knelt down. "Grandson greets grandfather. I haven't been able to serve grandfather for a long time. Please forgive me." Mr. Qingyun hurriedly pulled him up and looked him up and down. He nodded and smiled. "Good child. You look energetic. Seems like you're doing well in Xiling." Su Qingbai smiled and said, "Thanks to Mr. Xiaoding's help, grandson is not in a hurry." Beside him, Mr. Xiaoding also hurriedly came forward and bowed. Junior Chen Xiufu greets Mr. Qingyun and Elder Su. Mr. Xiaoding had seen Su Zhe when he was traveling in the Chu capital. Even though he hadn't seen him for many years, he could still roughly remember his appearance. Mr. Qingyun smiled and said, "Xiaoting, you don't have to be so courteous. It's rare for you to come to Glass City. If there's any neglect, please don't blame me." Mr. Xiaoding hurriedly said that he didn't dare. Su Zhe invited Mr. Xiaoding to sit down and have a long talk. The three of them were rare scholars in this world. Naturally, they were very congenial when they talked. Su Qingbai saw that they were chatting happily and got up to leave to see Su Hongyu. At this time, the Princeton Mansion's large study was also very busy. Even Yi Li, who is usually not allowed to do this and that, was dragged to the study to do things. There were less than 10 days until Mr. Qingyun's birthday. Many of the guests who came to attend the birthday banquet had already arrived. This banquet could be said to be unprecedentedly grand. In less than a month, the population of Glass City had increased by more than 30%. Other than the guests invited by the Princeton Mansion, there were also merchants from various countries who came because they heard the news. There were also many scholars and tourists who came on their own to participate in this grand occasion. Needless to say, all the inns in Glass City were filled with people. There were even many people who came late who couldn't find a place to stay. With so many people suddenly appearing, there were naturally countless problems with basic necessities, food, housing, transportation, security, and so on. There was also the balance between the nobles of various countries, the relationship between these people and the Princeton Mansion. What kind of agreements could be reached between the two sides and what benefits could be obtained from each side had to be carefully considered. It was no wonder that they were so busy. When Su Qingbai came in, he saw his father, his two elder brothers, Immo, Xiaoyao, and Yi Li sitting around a large, long table. There were all kinds of thick booklets piled in front of each of them. Needless to say, there were even more booklets piled up in front of Zhui Jing and the others who were doing preliminary review and classification. When he thought about how he was so busy these few months in West Hill that he didn't even have time to eat, he couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who was tired in West Hill. His father and elder brothers who stayed in Glass City weren't far behind. Prince, father, eldest brother, second brother, Lier. "I'm back," Su Qingbai said with a smile. Seeing him come in, Immo Xiaoyao, who was originally sitting beside Yi Li, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Su Qingbai only felt a chill down his spine. Immo Xiaoyao smiled warmly and said, "Qingbai, you're back. It must have been a tiring journey. Come in and take a seat." Su Qingbai couldn't help but feel flattered by Immo Xiaoyao's courteous reception. He looked at Immo Xiaoyao warily and said with a faint smile, "Prince, you're too kind. It's all right." In this way, Immo Xiaoyao smiled even more happily. "Since you're not tired, come, these are all yours." Immo Xiaoyao casually raised his hand and slapped Su Qingbai into the chair beside him. It didn't hurt, but he couldn't stand up either. Immo Xiaoyao unceremoniously moved all the booklets in front of Yi Li to Su Qingbai. He smiled amiably and said, "I'll have to trouble you with these. Li, The doctor said that you can't use your eyes too much since you just gave birth. Let Qingbai take care of these. Su Qingbai stared blankly at the pile of booklets in front of him. When he met his eldest brother's teasing gaze, he then understood that he was obviously the coolie who had sent himself to their doorstep. How's fourth brother in West Hill? In the end, it was still Su Qingze who was kinder and asked Su Qingbai. He didn't feel that his family had become so inhumane after he left for less than a year. Su Qingbai raised his hand and flipped through the booklets in front of him as he answered, "It's all right. It's almost on the right track." Chapter 746. Yili looked helplessly at the empty table in front of her. She turned around and took a book from Mo Xiaoyao. She smiled and said, "Fourth brother, you're too humble. The West Hill has been much calmer these few months. It's clear that you've managed it well." Su Qingbai shook his head and smiled. "How can you say that I've managed it well? There was quite a bit of trouble last month. This time, General Zhang could only stay behind to guard the place. When grandfather's birthday comes, I'll have to rush back as soon as possible." Su Hongyu said calmly, "Managing a place isn't something that can be achieved in a short period of time. There's no need to be impatient." Su Qingbai nodded. "Thank you for your advice, father. I understand." He was indeed impatient. He was too young. He had become a governor before the age of 25. Naturally, there were too many people below him who didn't like him. However, he also understood that it was just as his father had said. Managing a place would take at least 3 to 5 years. When he thought of this, his originally impatient mood gradually calmed down. With one more person, it would naturally be faster to get things done. In less than 2 hours, the documents on the table were all dealt with. Actually, these things didn't need so many people to do it. Usually, Mo Xiaoyao, Su Qingshun, or Su Hongyu would be able to do it. However, during this period of time, they didn't believe it. Each of them had many things to do and didn't have much time to look at these reports. After dealing with the things on hand, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. In these 2 days, the rulers of various countries who like to put on airs should be arriving. If they didn't deal with them now, they would have to wait until after the birthday banquet. However, it wouldn't be good to delay many important matters for the birthday banquet. After dealing with the matters, they asked for refreshments to be served. Only then did the family have time to sit down and chat for a while. "Second brother, our first aunt, Mr. Shun, and Weo back?" Yili frowned and asked if she ate the supplements prepared for her. Last year, when Shun Yang went to the West Hill, he had also brought Weo along. After all, he was officially learning medicine from Shun Yang. Naturally, he couldn't stay in a small place like Glass City. No matter how talented he was, he wouldn't improve much if he just read books. Su Qingbai's hand that was holding the tea paused slightly. They're all back. His mother was a little tired from the journey, so she went back to her residence to rest. Mr. Shun seemed to have some new ideas that he wanted to discuss with Dr. Lin, so he left with Wuyou. Hearing this, Yili raised her eyebrows and looked sideways at Su Qingshun. Su Qingshun smiled faintly and elegantly. Su Qingbai, on the other hand, seemed a little uncomfortable and changed the topic. "Why don't I see second uncle?" Su Qingshun said, "Second uncle has gone to the northern tribes, but he should be coming back with the northern tribes' envoy this time." Su Qingbai was far away in West Hill and did not know much about what was going on in Glass City. He gave him a curious look. Su Qingshun then briefly explained the matters of the Moon Glass City. After listening, Su Qingbai could not help but sigh. Actually, he was far away in the Western Tomb and could already be considered stable. In that case, after fighting for a year, we should be able to settle down for a while, right? Su Qingshun smiled faintly and said, "Who knows? But other than the confrontation with the northern tribes, the Mahist army should be able to settle down for a while. What plans does the prince have?" In this year, the Mahist army had displayed their strength to the surrounding powers with a near-total victory. In the short term, no one would have the guts to provoke the Mahist army. However, they had to guard against the possibility of all these people ganging up against the Mahist army. Mo Xiaoyao leaned against the back of the chair and said lazily, "Rest and build up strength. I'm not in a hurry. As long as they don't want to fight, they can rest first." At the same time, the Maoist army strength is still a little lacking compared to the northern tribes in West Hill. It's a good chance to raise an army. Anyway, he did not want to be the emperor and was not in a hurry to fight for territory. He also did not have to worry about fighting for the throne. But as long as he swallowed the territory, no one would be able to make him spit it out. Therefore, compared to the rulers of the surrounding countries, Immerse was the most relaxed and comfortable. The king of the northern tribes was already old. The brothers Yelu Yi and Yelu Hong had been fighting openly and covertly for more than 10 years. No one knew what the outcome would be. Ren Qining of the northern region seemed to have a monopoly on power, but the conflict between the people of the northern region and the people of the central plains would erupt sooner or later. Lei Jinting of West Hill and the Emperor of Xiling had almost openly fallen out with each other. Lei Jinting, who originally had the upper hand, was greatly weakened after Immerse's bloodbath. He was on the same level as the Emperor of Xiling. In the end, who would win would depend on whose methods were better. As for Immerse Jingli, who lived in Jiangnan, and Princess Anxi of Nanzhao, Immerse did not take them seriously for the time being. What if they still want to fight? Su Qingshan asked. Immerse raised his eyebrows. If they want to fight, then fight. Do you think I will be afraid of them? Hearing this, Su Qingshan could not help but smile. Of course, if they wanted to fight, who would the Maoist army be afraid of? Reporting to the prince's consort, the king of the northern region has arrived. Qin Feng came in and reported from outside the door. Immerse was somewhat surprised. Whether it was the distance or the friendship between the two families, Ren Qining should not have been the first to arrive. Originally, even he thought that the first to arrive would be either Lei Jinting or the Emperor of Xiling. After a moment of surprise, Immerse pulled Yi Li to stand up and said with a smile, whether or not he is legitimate, he is still the ruler of a country. Li, come with me to welcome him personally. Since they had come in the name of a birthday celebration, these people naturally had to come to the Prince Ding mansion to greet Master Qingyan. As the masters of the Prince Ding mansion, Yi Li and Immerse did not come out to greet them. Yi Li looked at Immerse with a faint smile and said, I'll go with Big Brother. Are you sure the king of the northern region won't draw his sword and cut you down? After killing his entire family, it was too much to ask for someone to greet him with a smile. Yi Li could imagine what expression Immerse would have if he personally went to greet Ren Qining. Immerse did not mind and smiled. Why would he? Since he's here, it means that he can definitely endure it. Also, do you think I will be afraid of him if he draws his sword? Although it's not good to kill the king of the northern region, if he attacked first, I won't have any qualms about it. Yi Li could not win against him in an argument, so she could only be dragged to greet Ren Qining. That's right, he was very excited. Even the people around them could clearly feel that Prince Ding was very enthusiastic about greeting the king of the northern region. At the entrance of the Prince Ding mansion, 2 rows of guards dressed in black stood in an orderly manner. They looked solemn as they guarded the entrance of the mansion. At the same time, they also turned a blind eye to the annoying scene in front of them, as if they did not see anything. Ren Qining, who had just arrived, was wearing the unique royal clothing of the northern region. His expression was twisted as he stared at the white-clothed, white-haired, and smiling handsome man standing at the entrance. Although he looked like a typical person from the Central Plains, Ren Qining did not look strange at all when he wore the clothing of the northern region's nomads. Instead, he looked more boorish and heroic than when he wore the clothing of the Central Plains. Chapter 747. However, this heroic aura disappeared the moment he saw Immerse's face. Instead, it became twisted and ferocious. No matter how ambitious a person was and how willing he was to sacrifice everything for the world, he would not have as much self-control as he thought he would have in front of the murderer of his wife and child, especially when the murderer was smiling happily at him. Immerse did not care what Ren Qining thought. In fact, the more unhappy Ren Qining was, the happier he was. Thus, when he saw Ren Qining's expression, he only raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, Northern Region King, what's wrong? I haven't seen you for 1 or 2 years, and your temperament has changed a lot. Is there something wrong with my Prince Ding mansion? Ren Qining gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Prince Ding, you must be joking. I'm just a bit tired from the journey. I see. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, I was not thoughtful enough. Since that's the case, why don't Northern Region King rest at the inn first? Shall I hold a welcoming dinner for the Duke of Beijing tonight? No need. I will greet Mr. Qingyun first as a courtesy, Ren Qining said. Northern Region King, don't worry. Grandfather will understand. Understand what? Do the people of the Northern Region not know etiquette? Prince Ding, is this the famous Princess Ding? Seeing Ren Qining's expression become uglier and uglier, a beautiful woman beside Ren Qining asked. Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have only just noticed the two women beside Ren Qining. They were both quite beautiful. One of the women in blue looked delicate and gentle. She was clearly a woman from the Central Plains. The beautiful woman who spoke didn't have the usual jade-white complexion of the Central Plains women. Instead, she had a healthy wheat complexion. Although she was beautiful and had an arrogant aura, she did not look arrogant. Yili took a step forward and said with a smile, I don't deserve to be called famous, but I am Yili. May I know who this is? Ren Qining said, This is Ai's queen, Helan. This is Imperial concubine Yun. Yili smiled in her heart. Ren Qining's action was quite fast. In just a few months, he had made up for all the wives and concubines. But he didn't forget to bring his concubines when he went out with his wife. The conflict between the natives of the northern region and the people of the Central Plains must have been very serious. Without looking at the woman in blue, Yili smiled at the gorgeous Queen Helan and said, The queen's presence in Glass City brings light to the Prince Ding mansion. Northern Region King, Princess Consort, please come in. Queen Helan looked at Yili and said with a smile, Although I don't understand what you're saying, I know you're praising me. Princess Ding, I like you very much. Yili couldn't help but smile and say, Thank you, Queen, for your kindness. Please come in. Queen Helan was not polite. She walked up to Yili and wanted to take Yili's hand. Mo Xiaoyao, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly and raised his hand to block Helan's hand. Queen Helan rolled her eyes and raised her hand to hit Mo Xiaoyao. A slender hand reached out and grabbed her wrist. Yili looked at her with a smile and said, Queen Helan, our prince has never liked to fight with women. Let this consort play with you. Queen Helan's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, Okay. Breaking free from Yili's grip on her wrist, Helan pulled out a colorful whip and said to Yili with a smile, I heard that the princess of the Prince Ding mansion is very good when I was in the northern region, and I wanted to fight with you. I'm going to start now. After saying that, she raised her arm and waved the whip at Yili. Yili smiled faintly. Her figure moved nimbly, and she pulled out a long sword from Qin Feng's hand. With a wave of sword light, the two people fought. Helan. Queen Helan's sudden appearance was obviously out of Ren Qining's expectation. Her face darkened, and she shouted in a deep voice. Mo Xiaoyao didn't care. He looked calmly at the two people who were fighting and said with a smile, Northern Region King, you don't have to care. It's just a casual fight. Leah's always had a sense of propriety. She won't hurt Queen Helan. Mo Xiaoyao's words were definitely not mocking Ren Qining. Everyone present could see that although Queen Helan's martial arts were good, she was still far inferior to Yili, who had fought on the battlefield. Ren Qining said with a gloomy face, The queen is rude. Thank you, Prince Ding, for not blaming her. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the two graceful figures at the door. The woman in blue standing next to Ren Qining was the concubine that Ren Qining had taken with Helan when he was forced to marry her. She was the daughter of Ren Qining's confidant, so she was naturally more favored than Queen Helan, who was born in a noble family in the northern region. But today, at the entrance of the Prince Ding mansion, whether it was Prince Ding or Princess Ding, they both ignored her. This made Imperial concubine Yun, who was originally a little arrogant because of the favor, feel a little embarrassed. At this time, seeing that the Prince Ding mansion and Queen Helan had taken away everyone's attention, she was even more displeased. She couldn't help but whisper, "Didn't you say that Princess Ding was born in a scholarly family? Why didn't you invite the guests in and instead fight with them at the door?" She thought that she was speaking softly, but everyone present was an expert with profound skills. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze swept past her indifferently, and a faint coldness flashed in his eyes. Yi Li and Queen Helan, who were fighting, also separated at the moment she finished speaking and returned to their original positions. Yi Li said with a smile, "Queen Helan's skills are extraordinary. Why don't we have a spar when you have time?" Queen Helan said with a smile. "Okay, Princess Ding, you're really amazing. I admire you, and I'll make friends with you." Yi Li said with a smile. "It's Yi Li's honor to have the Queen as a friend. Northern Region King, Queen Helan, please come in." Ren Xining looked deeply at Yi Li and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Princess. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you look as good as before." Yi Li smiled elegantly. Northern Region King is too kind. Chapter 748. After inviting Ren Xining and the others into the mansion, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li personally accompanied them to see Mr. Qingyan. Ren Xining and the others walked into Prince Ding Mansion and couldn't help but show a trace of surprise when they saw the scenery of the mansion's courtyards. Although the Prince Ding Mansion was located in the center of Glass City, it was also the largest mansion in Glass City. But compared to the palaces of the other countries, it was naturally not enough. Even compared to the Prince Ding Mansion in the Chu capital, it was still a bit smaller. Needless to say, the mansion didn't have the richly ornamented rafters and painted rafters or exotic flowers that outsiders imagined. The front courtyard where government affairs were usually handled was clean and simple, but it didn't lose its grandeur. The courtyard where people lived in daily life was also quiet and peaceful. This kind of mansion wasn't bad, but compared to Mo Xiaoyao's current reputation, it was a bit shabby. Ren Xining looked at the white-haired man walking in front of her, her gaze deep. This kind of behavior, if it wasn't that he really didn't want to rule the world, then he had a bigger plan. Very quickly, Ren Xining threw the first possibility to the back of her mind. If he didn't have the idea of ruling the world, then what was Mo Xiaoyao fighting wars for? Mr. Qingyun's temporary residence was a small and quiet courtyard in the depths of the mansion. In reality, although the Prince Ding Mansion wasn't big, it had all kinds of rules and regulations. Usually, many officials and generals that came and went to the front courtyard or the main courtyard where Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li lived. Normally, they wouldn't disturb other people. So the entire back half of the mansion was very quiet. Standing at the door, she asked the servant outside to go in and report. Yi Li then turned to look at the blue-clothed woman beside Ren Xining and said, "Imperial concubine Yun, please stay for now. Go to the side hall to have tea." Imperial concubine Yun was startled and looked at Yi Li with some dissatisfaction, saying, "This concubine came sincerely to celebrate Mr. Qingyun's birthday. What does princess mean?" Yi Li frowned slightly and looked at Ren Xining. "Northern Region King, our Central Plains has never brought a concubine to celebrate a birthday. Northern Region King, please forgive us." Once she said this, Ren Xining's expression became a bit ugly. He was from the Central Plains and was born in the most orthodox royal family of the Central Plains. Even if the Lin royal family no longer existed, he didn't miss anything that he should learn. Yi Li's actions were clearly mocking him for his lack of etiquette. "Your Majesty," Ren Xining's face didn't give her face. She glared hatefully and then reached out to tug on Ren Xining's sleeve with tears in her eyes. Beside her, Queen Helan gave a hearty laugh and said, "Ding Wangfei must have misunderstood. Not to mention your Central Plains. Even our North doesn't have this rule. It's just that your Majesty likes Imperial concubine Yun and has her serve you. Just have Imperial concubine Yun wait outside for us to come out." The Northern Region indeed didn't have such a rule. The nobles of the Northern Region were all led by the first wife. In the eyes of the nobles of the Northern Region, the concubines were no different from female slaves. Basically, the nobles of the Northern Region would never become someone's concubine. Yi Li smiled, "So it's like that." As they spoke, the servant who went in to report came out and invited everyone in. Imperial concubine Yin quickly pulled on Ren Qining and looked at him pitifully. "Your Majesty." Ren Qining frowned slightly and said, "Wait outside." Junior Lin Yuan greets Mr. Qing Yun. In the small courtyard, Mr. Qing Yun was originally brewing tea. After hearing the servant's report, he let people invite Yi Li and the others in. Without waiting for Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao to go forward and introduce them, Ren Qining stepped forward and bowed slightly. Mr. Qing Yun stopped and raised his head to look at Ren Qining. He said with confusion, "Lin Yuan? Although this old man is old, I still remember that the king of the northern region is surnamed Ren." Ren Qining smiled faintly and said, "Lin Yuan is Ren Qining." Junior Lin Yuan greets Mr. Qing Yun. At the side, Mo Xiuyao's expression was slightly cold. No wonder Ren Qining was the first to come and greet Mr. Qing Yun. Rather than saying it was to celebrate, it was better to say it was to annoy people. Back then, the head of the Su family killed the last emperor of the previous dynasty and surrendered. After that, the Su family was used by the successive emperors of Chu and had the reputation of being the head of the Confucians. Ren Qining's actions were clearly to remind Mr. Qing Yun that the Su family's current position was obtained by betraying the previous dynasty's imperial family. Mr. Qing Yun looked Ren Qining up and down for a while before saying with a smile, "So there is still a branch of the previous dynasty's imperial family. Not bad. For the northern region king to have such achievements, you should be able to comfort your ancestors." Ren Qining looked at Mr. Qing Yun and asked in a low voice, "I wish to restore the mountains and rivers and revive the imperial family. Does Mr. Qing Yun think it is possible?" "Yes." Mr. Qing Yun said, "There is nothing in the world that cannot be done. Why can't Mr. Lin have this ambition?" Ren Qining's eyes flashed, and he asked again, "Does Mr. Qing Yun think I will succeed?" Mr. Qing Yun was silent for a while before asking, "If the king of the northern Jin really unifies the world, will the surname be Run or Lin? Will the world be called the northern region or the Great Qin?" Hearing this, Ren Qining's expression changed slightly. He forced a smile and said, "It won't be too late to talk about it after the mountains and rivers are stabilized." Mr. Qing Yun shook his head and said, "If the king of the northern Jin can't make a decision, there will never be a day when he unifies the world." Ren Qining's face was slightly pale, but he remained silent and didn't say anything. Yili walked up to him and smiled. "Grandpa, why are you making tea alone? Are Elder Su and Mr. Shoding not here?" Mr. Qing Yun smiled and poured a few cups of tea for them to sit down. He smiled and said, "They are playing chess in the study. I am old and can't bear to be bored, so I came out to drink a cup of tea. But where did you Chun and the other boys go these days? I didn't find someone to call them. Why didn't they come to see me, this old man?" Yili covered her mouth and smiled. "These days, grandfather, just let them rest. They are lying in the courtyard looking at their younger brother and sister." The two babies, who were already more than a month old, had now grown up. They were pink and tender and were very cute. The three little buns, led by Mo Xiaobao, circled around the two babies every day when they had nothing to do. They didn't even like to play around on weekdays. How could they come to the small courtyard to listen to Mr. Qing Yun's tutoring? Grandfather is also bored in the manor. Lear, let people send the boys to accompany grandfather to relieve boredom. Grandfather, don't think they are naughty. Mr. Qing Yun waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Those few are more and more troublesome this year. It's not easy to be free for 2 days." 7 or 8 years old boys were at the age when cats and dogs disliked them. Mo Xiaobao, this kind of naturally intelligent little rascal, was even more difficult to deal with. He took the younger ones to play around in the Wangfu. Everyone was afraid of him. If it wasn't for Su Qing Chan before, now there was Yi Li to suppress him. He was afraid that he would play around outside the Princeton mansion. But now for the two children who were just born not long ago, it was very rare to be quiet for a long time. Every time she saw Mo Xiaobao lying beside the cradle and talking to the babies who didn't understand anything, Yili felt that Mo Xiaobao would definitely be a good brother. Accompanying Mr. Qing Yun to talk for a while, Yili and Mo Xiaoyao accompanied Ren Qining out. Don't know which sentence of Mr. Qing Yin touched Ren Qining. When he went out, his face was still a little pale. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili just acted like they didn't see it. They ordered people to send Ren Qining and others back to the post house to rest. Chapter 749. Actually, Mo Xiaoyao was thinking too much. The baby didn't look like Su Qingchen, but like Yi Li's mother, the late Madame Su. Madame Su was one of the most beautiful women in the Su family, and was also Su Qingchen's aunt. Upon closer inspection, she looked a bit like Su Qingchen. Little Bao Bao looked like Madame Su, so she looked a bit like Su Qingchen as well. Not yet, Grandpa said to think about it carefully. We can give her a nickname first. Actually, it wasn't too late to give a baby a name before 1-year-old. However, it was inconvenient to always call a baby baby without a name, especially now that there were 2 of them. Mo Xiaoyao also felt that they should think about it carefully, especially his little princess. He originally wanted to name her himself, but after a long list of names was rejected by him, Master Prince Ding began to doubt his own knowledge for the first time in his life. He couldn't even think a nice name for his baby. Then let's give her a nickname first? What should we call her? Mo Xiaoyao looked sideways at the little boy in Yi Li's arms who was giggling foolishly while holding onto Yi Li's fingertips. He smiled wickedly. Then let's call her, after little treasure Mo. Let's call her Mo Xiaobei. Yi Li could imagine the resentful look in her baby's eyes when he grew up. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you talking about a daughter?" Little treasure Mo was good enough. It could barely be a boy's name. If she really called him Xiaobei, her son would cry himself to death in the future. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. How can that do? I've already thought of a nickname for the little princess. Let's call her Little Xian, my and Li's sweetheart. We're all here now, aren't we? Are you sure it sounds better than Xiaobei? Should she thank him for not calling her sweetheart? Little Xian, is very nice. How about Li? Mo Xiaobei, Little Xian. Yili looked up at the sky, speechlessly. Seeing how happy Mo Xiaoyao was as he carried the little princess, her heart softened. Be careful then, but there's no Mo Xiaobei. My little brother's nickname is Lin. She had to stick to her bottom line. She didn't want her son to feel inferior because of a nickname. Mo Xiaoyao looked unwillingly at Lin, who had almost called him Mo Xiaobei, but when he saw Yi Li's determined expression, he could only give up. Be careful, Xian, my darling. Father likes you the most. Yi Li helplessly looked at the man who had suddenly become childish. Was it really okay to favor women over men? Many years later, the famous second young master of the Mo family would confess to the person he trusted the most that the person he loved, respected, and appreciated the most in his life was his mother. It wasn't because she gave birth to him, nor was it because she loved and raised him. It was because she had resolutely saved his name so that he wouldn't fall into the same tragic situation as his older brother. Just thinking about it, when he was standing in the middle of thousands of people, receiving everyone's worship, someone he knew suddenly shouted, Mo Xiaobei, so-and-so is calling you. What kind of tragedy was this? Of course, the ignorant second young master of the Mo family wouldn't understand how close he had been to such a tragic fate. So he just lay in his mother's arms and smiled happily. Little Princess Xian seemed to feel her younger brother's joy and also smiled. Yi Li smiled as she looked at the 2 adorably smiling babies in their arms. The smile on her face deepened. Mo Xiaoyao looked at his wife, then looked at the little princess in his arms. He could only silently endure the fact that the toothless little bastard was occupying his beloved wife's arms. Each person sat down with a baby in their arms. No matter how busy she was, Yili would always pull Mo Xiaoyao to play with the babies and play with them every day. This was really a lesson learned from the fact that Mo Xiaobao and his father seemed to be at odds with each other. Yili firmly believed that this was definitely because they spent too little time together when Mo Xiaobao was young. Xiaoyao, what do you think of Queen Helan? Yili asked while teasing little Lin with one hand. Mo Xiaoyao thought for a while and frowned. She looks good. It's rare for a northern woman to be so ostentatious and no propriety. Does he like her? Yili smiled and said, I always feel that this Queen Helan is very unusual. But her relationship with Rin Qining doesn't seem to be very good. Queen Helan is the cousin of Rin Qining's former wife. Since the death of the former queen, the northern region has been arguing about the choice of Queen Rin Qining. The Lin clan's confidants naturally hope that Rin Qining can marry a woman from the Central Plains as his queen. But no matter how unscrupulous the people of the northern region are, how can they easily relent when it comes to inheritance? Naturally, they won't agree. In the end, it was probably the northern region that gained the upper hand and married Helan as his queen. It would be strange if their relationship was good. Yili rubbed the space between her eyebrows and said, Even so, Rin Qining has gone a little too far. It would be fine if he didn't bring the queen on a visit to another country. But since he brought the queen with him and also brought a concubine, it was clearly not giving the queen face. Even if he didn't do anything to the former queen, I'm afraid that in a few years, Rin Qining will do it himself, right? Doesn't this count as solving a problem for him? Mo Xiao didn't mind and smiled faintly. Doesn't he have a new problem now? And Li's feeling is not wrong. This Queen Helan is probably more powerful than the former queen. The former queen was originally the princess of the largest tribe in the northern region. Although she was a barbarian woman, her methods were also extraordinary. She was quite prestigious among the officials of the northern region. It was precisely because of this that the originally harmonious relationship between husband and wife gradually changed. And now, this one seemed to be unrestrained and unscrupulous. But who was Mo Xiaoyao? If he wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, no one in the world was better than him. Who does Rin Qining think he is? After using the people of the northern region, he wants to throw them away. I'm afraid that in the future, he won't be able to get rid of them and will instead suffer the consequences of his own actions. Yili couldn't help but smile. In that case, it seems that my feeling is not wrong. Was Queen Helan trying to be friendly with us just now? Mo Xiaoyao said, Li, don't worry too much. If you like her, there's no harm in making friends with her. If you don't like her, don't pay attention to her. If you want to deal with Rin Qining, I have plenty of ways. Yili smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I also think that this Queen Helan is very interesting. Why don't we invite her to the prince's mansion in 2 days to have a cup of tea and chat? Mo Xiaoyao didn't oppose Yi Li's proposal. Li, do as you see fit. Yi Li lowered her head and teased the baby with a smile. Rin Qining was too complacent. She didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he was stabbed by the people around him one day. Chapter 750. Less than 2 days after Rin Qining arrived at Glass City, Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting also arrived. Moreover, the two parties arrived at about the same time. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li were welcoming Lei Jinting at the entrance when someone came to report that the Chu State's Prince Li and Mo Jingli had arrived. Although Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli didn't have any conflicts, they were separated by a river. Lei Jinting's people also occupied a small corner of Jiangbei. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep beside one's bed? Naturally, the atmosphere wasn't good when the two met. However, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao didn't mind, because the atmosphere wasn't good when Mo Xiaoyao and Lei Jinting met. Previously, Mo Xiaoyao ruthlessly schemed against Lei Jinting. He even took advantage of Lei Jinting's army to take over the emperor of Xiling City. He also killed a few of Lei Jinting's trusted aides. It would be strange if Lei Jinting wasn't angry at Mo Xiaoyao. However, even if Lei Jinting wanted to whip Mo Xiaoyao's corpse, he still had to calmly attend Master Qingyun's birthday banquet, because even if he didn't come, the emperor of Xiling would come. Now that Lei Jinting had lost the advantage of suppressing the emperor of Xiling, he naturally couldn't let him mix with the Prince Ding mansion and scheme against him. Mo Jingli now had great power in his hands. Compared to a few years ago, his extravagance was even grander. Behind him were guards and eunuchs. The number of people and extravagance wasn't much worse than the emperor of a country. However, The people by his side were still Ying and Princess Xixia. Now that Mo Jingli had control of the Chu state, Ying didn't become graceful and elegant. Instead, she became even thinner and more haggard. On the other hand, Princess Xixia, who stood to the right of Mo Jingli, was still as beautiful as ever. Seeing this, Yili somewhat understood why the Yi family didn't go to Jiangnan and instead came to the northwest. Ying's life in Jiangnan probably wasn't going well. Mo Jingli's expression was as cold and arrogant as ever, his eyes untainted. However, when he saw Mo standing next to Yi, he became even more sinister. Mo Xiaoyao clearly wasn't in the mood to greet him. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. Mo Jingli looked at Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao. He then looked at Lei Jinting, who had obviously just arrived. He snorted softly and said, "So Jinim of Gojoseon is already here. Why aren't you going in? Why are you standing at the door?" Lei Jinting didn't take his small provocation seriously. He laughed loudly and said, "I was just chatting with Prince Ding and Princess Consort again. I didn't expect Prince Li to be here. Let's go in together." "Oh, what are you all talking about? May I have the honor of hearing?" Mo Jingli stared at Lei Jinting and said lightly. Lei Jinting smiled and said, "I was just congratulating Prince Ding for having just taken over Chongqing City and having a son. It's a double blessing." Hearing this, Mo Jingli's expression instantly darkened. Lei Jinting was talking about Chongqing City right now. It was no different from slapping him in the face. Wasn't Chu Jing abandoned by him? Raising his eyes to look at Lei Jinting, Mo Jingli squeezed out a cold smile. "It's not just your knees. Didn't you just take over the Emperor of Shilling City last year? Is Jinim of Gojoseon heir and his family well?" Chu Jing had fallen into Mo Xiaoyao's hands, but hadn't the Emperor of Shilling City also fallen into Mo Xiaoyao's hands? Not only that, Lei Jinting's trusted grandson and granddaughter had all been killed by Mo Xiaoyao. It was hard to tell who was uglier in comparison. Hearing this, Lei Jinting couldn't laugh anymore. Although the Emperor of Shilling City wasn't lost in his hands, it was because he didn't have time to send reinforcements. Standing on the steps, Yili sighed helplessly in her heart. Choosing this time to treat them was really asking for trouble. Now, all the surrounding countries didn't seem to be friends with the Prince Ding mansion, especially these two in front of her. Was it really okay to stand at the entrance and discuss the lost city? Or were they hoping that Mo Xiaoyao would spit out what he had taken? Smiling faintly, Yili said softly, "Prince Ding Mansion and Prince Ding Mansion have come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Why don't we have a cup of tea before catching up?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other with disgust, but wanted to catch up. Besides, they didn't have anything to talk about. Leading the group into the mansion, Yili waited for the servant to serve tea before saying with a smile, "Grandfather is old and has been tired recently. I'm afraid he won't be able to see you too. Please don't blame him." Both of them knew that Master Qingyun was already 80 years old. Yi Li's reason naturally couldn't be found wrong. Lei Jinting nodded and said, "We're here to celebrate Master Qingyun's birthday. How can we trouble him? It's better if we wait until the day of the birthday banquet to celebrate Master Qingyun's birthday." Yi Li smiled and thanked him. The atmosphere in the hall became a bit strange. The three men present clearly weren't friends with each other. Naturally, they didn't have anything to say. Yi Li also didn't have a good impression of Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli. Thus, she wasn't in the mood to adjust the atmosphere. Tilting her head, she smiled at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "I have something to say to fourth sister. I'll have to trouble Prince to entertain Jinim of Gojoseon and Prince Li." Mo Xiaoyao nodded indifferently. Yi Li then stood up and said to Yi Ying, who was sitting next to Mo Jingli, with a faint smile, "Fourth sister, let's go out for a walk." Yi Ying clearly had something to say to Yi Li. She didn't say anything and stood up to follow Yi Li. Once the two left, only Princess Xixia was left in the hall. Princess Xixia looked at the door and stood up. "I'll also go out for a walk." Soon, only the three men were left in the large hall. The atmosphere became even more solemn. After a while, Mo Jingli laughed coldly and said, Emo Xiaoyao, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Last year, everyone in the world was fooled by you, right? Lei Jinting looked at Emo Xiaoyao with a gloomy expression. It could be said that in the past year, no one had truly gained an advantage over the other countries. The one who had truly benefited was the white-haired man who was lazily leaning on the chair. The Prince Ding mansion didn't just gain a large piece of land and 2 capitals in Xiling and a Chu state. More importantly, this time, the Mahist army had truly and completely gotten rid of the burden and shackles of the Chu state. Right now, no matter where the Mo family army wanted to attack, it was perfectly justifiable, and no one could say anything about it. Therefore, from the beginning, Mo Xiaoyao had been waiting for the northern tribes and Xiling to attack the Chu state. Because as a former subject of the Chu state, even if they had broken off relations with the Chu state, they definitely couldn't attack the Chu state first. Now, this restriction had been completely broken. Although a long time had passed and anyone could understand the mystery, it was too late now. But it was too late to think about it now. Mo Xiaoyao had already taken advantage of the 1 year's time. Even someone as arrogant as Lei Jinting couldn't help but sigh at Mo Xiaoyao's patience and scheming. Mo Xiaoyao looked lazily at Mo Jingli, his lips curling into a mocking smile. I'm magnanimous. I don't mind the loser shouting a few words. Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingli roared angrily. Facing Mo Xiaoyao, he seemed to always be the loser. But Mo Jingli had never had such a strong hope that Mo Xiaoyao had never existed in this world. Because of his scheming, he had lost half of the Chu state, lost the Chu state's capital, and could only live in a corner. Even in Jiangnan, he held great power and his words were absolute. But every time he heard someone talking about Mo Xiaoyao, he seemed to hear the ridicule and dissatisfaction in their hearts. Because the capital he had lost was saved by Prince Ding, and the capital that was saved was no longer the Chu states. All of this was because of Mo Xiaoyao. Chapter 751. Mo Xiaoyao lazily raised his eyes. I am not here to listen to you rant. If there's nothing else, then go back to the post house and take it with you. Jinim of Gojozian, do you have anything else to say? If not, then I will take my leave. Mo Jingli's face was ashen, and his tightly clenched fists made cracking noises. Lei Jinting, on the other hand, was a little more composed. He calmly smiled and said, Prince Ding, why are you in such a hurry? Mo Xiaoyao smiled complacently and said, I want to go back and see my little princess. The news that Princess Ding had given birth to a pair of twins was naturally known to everyone. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's expression, it was clear that he doted on his daughter more. This made Lei Jinting somewhat curious. After all, to most people, sons were more important. Mo Xiaoyao only had 2 sons at the moment, which wasn't a lot. In contrast to Lei Jinting's calm and collected manner, Mo Jingli's face was somewhat unable to conceal his jealousy. To Mo Jingli, Mo Xiaoyao's high-profile flaunting was simply rubbing salt on his wound. I wonder if I would have the honor of meeting the Prince Ding mansion's little princess? Lei Jinting asked. Mo Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't agree. My daughter has just turned 1 month old and can't be exposed to the wind. I'm afraid that Jinim of Gojozian will be disappointed. Lei Jinting wasn't surprised by this. His relationship with Mo Xiaoyao naturally wasn't good enough for him to feel at ease getting close to the Prince Ding mansion's newborn child. He didn't mind Mo Xiaoyao's rejection and only smiled faintly. That's a pity. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand and said faintly, Jinim of Gojozian, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Lei Jinting lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. Prince Ding sure is straightforward. Fine. Prince Ding invited all the dignitaries of the various countries at this time, so he naturally knows what's going on. I wonder if Prince Ding has the time to speak with I alone? Mo Xiaoyao's sword-like eyebrows raised. Of course, I have no problem. There are a lot of things going on these days. How about we wait until after grandfather's birthday celebration? Lei Jinting nodded with satisfaction and said, In that case, I'll be waiting for Prince Ding. In the garden in the rear courtyard of the mansion, Yi was to take a stroll. She glanced sideways at Ying, who was one step behind her, and couldn't help but recall the Ying before her wedding. At that time, Ying was still a young girl of 14 years old. Her appearance and talent were the best in the capital, and it was the time when countless girls were envious of men. Now, 10 years had passed, and the Ying in front of her was only a thin and pale figure. Even though her appearance was still as beautiful as before, she no longer had the brilliance and elegance of the past. She was like a soulless wooden beauty. Pulling Ying to sit down in the pavilion, Yili asked softly, "How is fourth sister now?" Ying raised her head and looked at her, her eyes flashing with countless complicated and indescribable emotions. Finally, she calmed down and smiled bitterly. How could third sister not know about the Li Palace? It's just passing the days, but third sister must have been living very well these past few years. Ying looked at Yi Li in front of her, and her heart was incomparably bitter. The Yi Li that she had looked down on in the past had long become an existence that she could never hope to reach. Back then, in the minister's manor, her brilliance was covered by others, and she only left the world with an ordinary and unremarkable impression. However, even if a pearl was covered in dust, it would still bloom with dazzling brilliance one day. From the beginning, Yili was different from them. Yili smiled faintly. "I'm indeed not bad. Now, father and grandmother are also in Li City. If you have time, why don't you go and see them?" Ying was slightly startled and shook her head. "Forget it. I don't have the ability to give the Yi family any wealth or glory. I think grandmother and father wouldn't want to see me." From a moment the Yi family chose to seek refuge with Yi Li, who had a cold relationship with them. Instead of going to Jiangnan to find her, Ying already understood. Father and grandmother actually didn't think highly of her. However, this decision was also correct. If the Yi family really went to Jiangnan, they would have no power in their hands and could even be banished to the Cold Palace. How would she be able to settle the Yi family? At that time, Mo Jingli would probably vent his anger on them. On the other hand, no matter how cold Yi Li's relationship with the Yi family was, she could at least give them a stable place to settle down. Yi Li looked at the thin woman in front of her, deep in thought. Fourth sister has really changed a lot. How could she not change? Ying sighed softly. Ever since she found out that the son that she had doted on and raised for several years was not her biological son, Ying finally understood what kind of person Mo Jingli was. The affectionate love of the past and the solemn vows of undying love were already a thing of the past. Ying was always faced with Mo Jingli's cold and annoyed gaze and Princess Xixia's smug smile. Although Ying was both talented and beautiful, she was not someone with much political insight. In fact, because of Madame Wang's short-sightedness, she could not even compare to some of the well-bred young ladies from prestigious families in the way she handled matters. However, even so, after so many years, Ying more or less understood, no matter how unwilling she was to admit it. Back then, Mo Jingli gave up Yili to marry her, but it was not because he only had feelings for her, as she thought back then. Back then, she thought that she could attack Yi Li and trample her underfoot by the marriage. But in reality, it was just a lie to let Mo Jingli get rid of Yi Li. Now that Mo Jingli regretted his decision back then, Ying could not avoid being angered. "Do you still remember that I told fourth sister that if you have any grievances, you can tell me? Maybe I can help you. However, it seems that fourth sister doesn't trust me. We haven't been in contact all these years." Yili looked at Ying, whose eyes were red, with a gentle expression, and sighed softly. "Third sister, Ying was stunned. At the same time, she also remembered what Yi Li said to her back in the Li Palace. However, her experiences over the years were worlds apart from Yi Li's. Furthermore, the resentment in her heart made it impossible for her to swallow her pride and beg Yi Li. Now that she heard Yi Li mention it again, all the grievances in Yi Ying's heart could not help but surface. She felt that she had gone too far by picking on Yi Li in the past. At this point in time, who else in the entire Yi family would remember her other than Yi Li? Ying bit the corner of her lips and whispered, "Third sister, Inger begs you to help me find my child, okay?" "Your child?" Yili raised her eyebrows. Back then, Mo Jingli had kicked the young heir of the Li Palace to death. Most of the people who had information channels knew the truth. However, the reason given to the public was that the Li Palace's little heir had died of an illness. Ying nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Third sister must know about what happened in the Chu capital 2 years ago. My child." Ying could not help but cry when she thought of the child she had never seen since birth. In the past, she had also relied on her child to compete with Princess Shi Xia for favor. However, when she found out that her biological child was missing, she was heartbroken. If she could find her child, it would be good even if she knew that she was still alive and well. With tears in her eyes, she told Yili about her child being swapped by Mo Jingqi. She even told her that Mo Jingli might not have any more children. Although Yili already knew a lot of the situation, she could not help but sigh at how unscrupulous Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli were. After thinking for a moment, Yili nodded and said, "Don't worry. As long as your child is still alive, I will definitely help you find him." Chapter 752. Ying was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Thank you, third sister." "Third sister, Looking at Yi Ying's guilty expression, Yili smiled faintly and said, "In the past, we were all young and ignorant. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, you're my fourth sister. I won't let that princess of Nanzhao bully you." Ying nodded repeatedly. She was even more grateful to Yili in her heart. "Thank you, third sister. Don't mention it. It's nothing. If you have time in 2 days, go back and see father and grandmother. In the past, father and grandmother loved you the most in the family. Also, I don't want to say this, but there are many things that you really need to ask grandmother. Although Mo Jingli may not condone Princess Xixia too much for my sake, there are many things that I can't teach you." Yili reminded gently. Ying nodded. She understood what Yili was talking about. In the past, her grandmother and mother had wanted to teach her the methods of the matriarchs of noble families, but she had disdained them. Later, she regretted it. She was either imprisoned by Mo Jingqi or in Prince Li's mansion. No one was willing to teach her. Until now, the power of Prince Regent's mansion was still in the hands of concubine Xian Zhao. Princess Xixia could also use some, but she, who was disliked and neglected by Mo Jingli, couldn't even touch a trace of her. In fact, when it came to the methods of noble ladies, old Madame Yi and Madame Wang couldn't teach Ying too many useful things. Old Madame Yi and Madame Yi came from small families. What they knew was very limited. If Yili really wanted to train Ying, she would ask eldest Madame Su, second Madame Su, or Empress Hua to teach her. But first, there was no such condition. Second, Yili didn't need Ying to become too smart. Seeing Ying's makeup was messy from crying, Yili called for someone to take her down to freshen up. Looking at her receding figure, the gentle smile on Yi Li's face gradually faded. "Qin Feng, am I being too cruel?" Outside the pavilion, Qin Feng's face was calm as he said in a deep voice, "Everything Wang Fei did was for the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army. Besides, Princess Consort Li is not a pure and innocent person." Yili smiled faintly and said, "You're right. Ying has been taught by Madame Wang to be selfish since she was young. She is grateful to me right now, but if one day I jeopardize her interests, she will definitely bite me back without hesitation. It's a pity that she won't have a chance." Yili wasn't pretending to be kind. However, Ying was indeed innocent in the current situation of the world. Unfortunately, since he had already entered the depths, if he did not have the strength to control his own fate, he could only become a chess piece in the hands of others. This was Yi Ying's fate. Or it could be said that when she chose to marry Mo Jingli, she was already destined to be a tragedy. Mo Jingli was never a good person. Yili stood up and walked out of the pavilion, just in time to see Princess Shi Xia coming towards her. After all these years, Princess Shi Xia's temperament had become much calmer. She was no longer the spoiled princess who would brandish her whip at the slightest disagreement. Seeing Yili, she just raised her eyes faintly and said, "Prince Ding Mansion, isn't Ying with you?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Princess Xixia, fourth sister is Prince Ding Mansion's legal wife. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to call her by her name?" Princess Xixia raised her eyebrows disdainfully and said, "So what? She's just a woman that Prince Ding Mansion dislikes. Or does Princess Ding Ding want to use her status to support her?" Yili covered her mouth and smiled. Her clear and beautiful eyes moved around Princess Xixia's body. She smiled and said, "How could that be? It's just that this consort is a bit curious. Speaking of which, Prince Li is deeply devoted to the princess. Why hasn't the Prince Ding Mansion given the princess a proper status in all these years? If it was in the past, it would be fine. Now that Prince Li has great power in his hands, why hasn't he thought of this? This consort remembers that the princess has long been stripped of her position as princess by Nanzhao, right? You should be called Miss Xixia." Yili's words instantly caused Princess Xixia's expression to become extremely ugly. These years, she had been by Mo Jingli's side. Although Mo Jingli did not treat her unfairly, he did not officially marry her. Although Nanzhao did not care about these formalities as much as the Central Plains, it was precisely because she did not have this status that even though Mo Jingli held great power now, she still could not raise her head among the noble women of the Chu state. In 2 days, the Queen of Nanzhao should be arriving. If the Queen knew that her younger sister was like this, I wonder what the Queen would think. Yili seemed to unintentionally say this with faint regret. Princess Xixia was Princess Anqi's younger sister, but she had not gotten along with her elder sister since she was young. Instead, she had been very close to the Saintess of Nanjiang, Shu Manlin. In the end, she had disregarded her status and followed Mo Jingli. It could be said that she had completely severed her relationship with Princess Anqi. Now, her own sister had become the queen of a country, but she did not even have the title of princess consort. When she saw Princess Anqi, she wondered how Princess Xixia would feel. "You don't need to be so smug. Prince Ding Mansion will definitely take me as his official consort," Princess Xixia said proudly. Yili pursed her lips and smiled. Miss Xixia has misunderstood. This consort is Princess Ding. Whoever Prince Li takes as his official consort has nothing to do with this consort. However, this consort still has to remind Miss Xixia that Prince Li's official consort has already been taken. Even if Prince Li marries, she will at most be an equal consort. In the Central Plains, there is no such thing as having 2 heads of state. Even an equal consort will have to lower her head in front of an official consort. Princess Xixia glared hatefully at Yili, then snorted softly and turned to leave. Chapter 753. A few days later, Princess Anqi arrived at Glass City with her husband. The messenger sent by the Emperor of Xiling arrived at about the same time as her. Although the Emperor of Xiling did not come personally, he still sent another messenger when Jinim of Gojoseon was already here. Even outsiders could clearly see how tense the relationship between the Emperor of Xiling and Jinim of Gojoseon was. It was unknown whether the person who arranged for these distinguished guests did it on purpose or carelessly, but they actually arranged for the messenger of the Emperor of Xiling and Jinim of Gojoseon to stay in the same courtyard. After all, they were both from West Hill. As for what would happen between the 2 groups of people living together, it was none of the Prince Ding Mansion's business. Among all the distinguished guests, the northern tribes were the last to arrive. However, the messenger sent by the northern tribes was also quite influential. The king of the northern tribes was old and naturally could not come. This time, the messenger sent with the crown prince of the northern tribes, Yalu Hong, and the 7th prince of the northern tribes, Yalu Yi. In an instant, it could be said that the most powerful people in the world had gathered in Glass City. The last time such a grand event had happened was during Immo Xiaobao's 1-month-old celebration. Yili was a little surprised to see Princess Anqi again. This was because Princess Anqi was already 5 months pregnant. In the Prince Ding Mansion, Yili saw that Princess Anqi was wearing a white queen's costume. usually flat belly was slightly bulging. She hurriedly asked Qing Shuang to help Princess Anqi to sit down. Why are you here when you're pregnant? Isn't your husband worried? Princess Anqi smiled brightly. Us Nanzhao women are not as delicate as you Central Plains women. It's only 4 or 5 months. Even if it's 7 or 8 months, we can still walk around. Seeing that Princess Anqi's complexion was ruddy and did not look tired or pale at all after a long journey, Yili was relieved. After taking a closer look at her, she smiled and said, "It seems that the queen's relationship with the royal husband is not bad." Princess Anqi lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Her smile became gentler when she mentioned Wang Fu Pue. She said with a faint smile, "He's an honest man and doesn't beat around the bush like you people from the Central Plains. Isn't it my good fortune to have such a royal husband?" Yili smiled in relief. Princess Anqi's love for Su Qingshun was destined to be unrequited. It would be great if she could find her own happiness. The two of them sat down. Qing Shuang tactfully served Princess Anqi a glass of fruit juice suitable for pregnant women before leaving. Yili looked at Princess Anqi and smiled. "Speaking of which, why did you come with the emissary of the Emperor's shilling?" Yili wasn't the only one who was curious. The others were probably wondering the same thing. Although it wasn't impossible to go from Nanzhao to Glass City through West Hill, it was much more difficult than going through Shattered Snow Pass. It was strange that Princess Anqi, who was pregnant, would go through West Hill on purpose and travel with the emissary of West Hill. Princess Anqi didn't hide it and said with a smile, "Before coming to Glass City, we went to the city of the Emperor's shilling. They were all smart people and naturally understood." Yili looked up at her and said with a smile, "You plan to work with the Emperor's shilling?" Princess Anqi sighed helplessly and said, "It's better to work with the Emperor's shilling than with Lei Zhenting. Lei Zhenting is now stuck in the middle of the Dechu state. There's the Mahist army in the north and the Yunlan River in the south. If he wants to break through the current stalemate, he either has to cross the natural barrier and fight with Mo Jingli, or he has to deal with Nanzhao. Nanzhao is small and can't compare to West Hill's strong army. We can't let him attack Nanzhao first, so we can only work with the Emperor's shilling. I only hope that the Emperor's shilling isn't an idiot." Yili said with a smile, "The Emperor's shilling is weaker than Lei Zhenting, but he's really an idiot. But Lei Tingfeng is still guarding in city. Can he let you work together smoothly?" Princess Anqi said with a smile, "Lei Tengfeng is indeed troublesome, but he's also been a little troublesome recently." Yili raised her eyebrows curiously. Lei Tingfeng was suppressed by his father's reputation and didn't seem to be conspicuous. He didn't seem to have any military achievements, but that was because his opponent was Mo Xiaoyao. The information provided by the spies in the Princeton mansion was enough to prove that Lei Tingfeng wasn't a simple mediocre person. Princess Anqi said with a smile, "Don't you remember? The Yanwang Chamber and Jinan Palace have a grudge. It's just that Jinan Palace has been too powerful these years. No matter how powerful the Yanwang Chamber is, it's still a Jianghu organization. Naturally, it can't do anything about it. Now that the Emperor's shilling has just moved to City, Jinan Palace's power has been greatly weakened. Lei Tingfeng's life in City isn't easy either." "I see." Yili nodded and said with a smile, "I don't know what kind of grudge Ling Taihan has with Lei Zhenting. It doesn't seem to be a deep grudge. If it really was a blood feud, with the strength of Ling Taihan and the Yanwang Chamber, it was very likely that they would rush up to Lei Zhenting and fight to the death with Lei Zhenting. However, Ling Taihan didn't make any moves, and he didn't really attack Lei Zhenting even after several encounters. It shouldn't be an unresolvable blood feud." Princess Anqi stroked her slightly protruding belly and said with a smile, "I heard about this from the Emperor's shilling. It seems to have something to do with the deceased consort Jinan of Gojoseon. Consort Jinan of Gojoseon passed away not long after giving birth to Lei Tingfeng. It said that her death was a bit strange. The Emperor's shilling didn't say the specifics, so who knows?" Yili frowned slightly and thought for a bit. "If you really plan to work with the Emperor's shilling, it's best to investigate this matter thoroughly. Although I'm Tower Master Ling, This is a very important matter. It'll be very troublesome if someone stabs you in the back at a critical moment. Princess Anshi's face warmed, and she nodded with a smile. I know. Thank you for reminding me. They all knew that there was no permanent peace and friendship between countries. Perhaps they might turn against each other in the future, but at least now Princess Anshi knew that Yili truly cared about her. Let's not talk about these annoying things, Yili said with a smile. Princess Shisha came to Glass City with Mo Jingli. Do you want to see her? Princess Anshi frowned slightly and shook her head. Forget it. She doesn't treat me as her older sister, so I'll treat her as if I don't have a younger sister. For so many years, she followed Mo Jingli without any status. For Mo Jingli, she revealed so many secrets of Nanzhao. What happens to her in the future will depend on her luck. But I haven't seen your little heir and little Canton princess yet. Yili smiled. What's so difficult about that? She turned and asked Qin Shuang to bring the two little buns over. She also asked Qin Feng to invite the little heir over. After a while, Mo Xiaobao appeared at the door like a gust of wind. Mother, are you looking for me? Seeing that there was an outsider sitting next to him, the innocent smile on Mo Xiaobao's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with a polite and appropriate smile. Yili smiled and waved at him. This is Queen Anshi of Nanzhao. Come and greet her. Mo Xiaobao then came forward and said loudly, Mo Yuqin greets Queen Anshi. Chapter 754. Princess Anshi's smile widened at the sight of the handsome boy bowing to her. She turned to Yi Li and said, You are indeed the little heir of the Prince Ding mansion. My 7 or 8-year-old child is still playing in the palace. As a mother, she always liked to hear others praise her child. Yi Li smiled and said, Don't be fooled by how well-behaved he looks now. He is usually very noisy. Princess Anshi thought for a moment, then took out a blue gem and handed it to Mo Xiaobao. She said with a smile, I forgot to prepare a gift for our first meeting. This is for you to play with. Don't dislike it. Mo Xiaobao took it with both hands and said in a steady voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. Princess Anshi looked at his serious expression and couldn't bear to part with it. If my child can be 70 to 80% as good-looking as the little heir, I will be satisfied. Mo Xiaobao blinked and said in a crisp voice, The queen is like a phoenix. Whether it is the little prince or the little princess, they will naturally be handsome and extraordinary. Princess Anshi was amused. Then I thanked the little heir for his auspicious words. After greeting Princess Anshi, Mo Xiaobao handed the gem to the person behind him and walked to Yi Li's side to sit down properly. Princess Anshi saw that he was not only handsome, but also well-mannered in his words and actions, as if he was born with a noble aura. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how lucky Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao were. She lowered her head and stroked her slightly protruding belly, feeling even more expectant. Princess Consort, the young master and the young princess are here. 2 wet nurses walked in with 2 babies in their arms. Mo Xiaobao's eyes lit up as he stared fixedly at the 2 babies in Yi Li and Princess Anshi's arms. The 2 babies were very well behaved. They didn't cry or make a fuss even when they were in the arms of a complete stranger like Princess Anshi. Lying in Yi Li's arms, the babies seemed to feel their mother's warmth, and all of them smiled. Mo Xiaobao stretched his neck to take a look. This one likes to smile so much. He must be your younger brother. The 2 newborns in the Prince Ding mansion didn't like to cry, and the younger brother, Lin loved to smile even more. As long as he wasn't asleep, he would giggle when someone teased him. Of course, that was only if the person who was teasing him wasn't Prince Ding and Mo Xiaoyao. Princess Anshi held Xiner in her arms and patted the baby's swaddling clothes stiffly. She sighed enviously and said, Princess Consort and Prince Ding are so lucky. The 3 little princes and princesses are so adorable. Yi Li smiled faintly and said nothing. After seeing Princess Anshi off, Yi Li brought the 2 babies back to their rooms before going to the study in the front yard. Just as she reached the garden in front of the study, she bumped into Mo Jingli. Looking at Mo Jingli's sinister expression, Yili couldn't help but want to avoid him. Although she wasn't afraid of Mo Jingli, she didn't want to see him act as if someone owed him 5 million taels and wouldn't pay her back. It was only a slight pause, but Mo Jingli had already seen her. Naturally, she couldn't turn around and leave. Yili could only go forward and nod faintly. Princely, these days, the Princeton mansion had been very busy with several important tasks. Not only were they busy with the Princeton mansion and the birthday banquet, but there were also people like Mo Jingli who had nothing better to do and came over to chat. However, she didn't know what Mo Jingli wanted to talk to Mo Xiaoyao about today. But looking at Mo Jingli's expression, she knew that the discussion had failed. Mo Jingli stood in front of Yili. He didn't say anything and just stared at her. This kind of gaze made Yili frown in displeasure. She said faintly, "If Princely doesn't have anything to say, this consort still has matters to discuss with our prince. I'll take my leave." Mo Jingli looked at her and said, "Do you have to speak to me like this?" Yili was startled and didn't know what to make of his words. She looked at Mo Jingli in confusion. She didn't understand what he meant at all. She didn't think that her words and actions were rude. Mo Jingli seemed to be impatient. He stared fiercely at Yili and said, "When I broke off the engagement with you, did you hate me so much that you had to help Mo Xiaoyao go against me? Now that Mo Xiaoyao has taken the Chu capital, are you satisfied?" Yili couldn't help but roll her eyes and ask the heavens, what kind of logic was this? Exhaling slightly, Yili said calmly, "Your Highness Princely, I think you should remember that after you gave up on the Chu capital, the Princeton mansion went to rescue the Chu capital. No, to rescue Chongqing. We didn't take it from you." Mo Jingli choked and said stiffly with a heavy expression, "Even so, it still belongs to the Chu state. Furthermore, wasn't the northern tribes in northern Jin attacking the Chu state part of Mo Xiaoyao's plan? If you didn't help Mo Xiaoyao, would he have taken down Xiling so quickly?" Yili was so angry that she laughed. "Your Highness Princely, what does the northern tribes and northern Jin attacking the Chu state have to do with our prince? Could it be that it was our prince who instigated them to attack the Chu state? Also, I am Princess Ding. If I don't help my husband, who should I help? Also, many years ago, this consort said something to the prince. I don't know if the prince still remembers it." Mo Jingli frowned slightly. It was clear that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Yili said slowly, "Delusion is an illness that needs to be treated. I ask that Prince consider it carefully. This consort will take her leave." After she finished speaking, she ignored Mo Jingli's reaction and walked around him towards the study. "Yili!" Mo Jingli suddenly shouted and reached out to grab Yili's wrist. But how could Yili be a weak woman? How could she be so easily grabbed by him? She raised her hand and blocked Mo Jingli's hand. Mo Jingli said in a deep voice, "I have something to say to you." Yili calmly said, "This consort has nothing to say to Princely." Mo Jingli's other hand reached out to grab Yili's arm. Yili dodged to the side, and a cold light flashed from her sleeve, increasing the distance between the two of them. She raised her hand to stop the shadow guard that was secretly protecting them. Yili stared at Mo Jingli and said, "Princely, this is the Prince Ding mansion. It is not a place where you can do whatever you want." Mo Jingli was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "I have something to say to you in private." Yili frowned and said, "This consort has already said that there is nothing to say to Prince in private. This consort respects you as a guest and asks Princely to conduct himself with dignity. Goodbye." With that, she turned and left. Mo Jingli wanted to chase after her, but two black shadows flashed in front of him. Two guards in black stood in front of Mo Jingli and said, "Princely, please conduct yourself with dignity." Looking at the two people in front of him who were obviously skilled, and then looking at Yili who was already far away, Mo Jingli finally snorted and left in a huff. When he entered the study, Mo Xiaoyao was sitting in the study, reading a book. When he heard footsteps, he raised his head and saw Yili. He could not help but smile. "Princess Li, has Princess Anqi left?" Yili nodded and said, I just met M.O. Jingli in the flower garden. He looks so strange. What did you talk about? M.O. Xiaoyao reached out and pulled Yili into his arms. Being forced to sit on someone's lap, Yili was embarrassed for a moment. M.O. Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind slammed the door. M.O. Xiaoyao said with a smile, "What else could it be?" She scolded I for being despicable and taking advantage of people's difficulties. She also wanted to see if she could take back Chongqing City. Chapter 755. Take it back. Yili raised her brows. M.O. Jingli really knew how to indulge in the wildest of fantasies. In order to take down Chongqing City, the Maoist army had forcefully broken through the northern tribes' blockade on their way to reinforce Chongqing City. How many people had died in battle? How could M.O. Jingli let him take it back with just a few words? The Princeton Mansion was not a charity, and M.O. Xiaoyao was not a saint. M.O. Xiaoyao lazily rested his chin on her shoulder and sneered. So what if I return it to him? Can he defend it? Yili also smiled. Currently, all of the Dechu state's military forces were in Jiangnan, and the north of Jiangnan had long been occupied by various powers. Not to mention that they would not return Chu capital. Even if M.O. Xiaoyao really did return Chu capital, M.O. Jingli might not dare to accept it. If he accepted it, he would have to send troops to stop it and send officials to manage it. All of this could be ignored. If Chu capital were to fall into the hands of the northern tribes or the northern tribes again, M.O. Jingli's reputation would be thrown to the ground and trampled on. Then what is he here for? Yili did not understand. He has nothing better to do, so he came to make a fuss. Did he make things difficult for Li in the garden just now? M.O. Xiaoyao intimately rubbed Yi Li's hair and asked softly. Yili smiled faintly and said, "How could he make things difficult for me?" M.O. Xiaoyao smiled and said, "That may not be so. When he sees that we are living so well, he will naturally be envious and jealous. He might even think that you are helping me because you want to take revenge on him." Yili was speechless. M.O. Jingli really did think that way. Lifting her head, Yili held M.O. Xiaoyao's handsome face in her hands and said seriously, "Don't make trouble and guess the thoughts of an idiot. It will be contagious." M.O. Xiaoyao blinked and instantly understood what Yili meant. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he wasn't done laughing, he pulled Yili into his arms and planted a few heavy kisses on her pink lips before continuing to laugh wildly. Seeing him laugh so happily, Yili had no choice but to let him be. She leaned into M.O. Xiaoyao's arms and told him what she had said to Princess Anqi. M.O. Xiaoyao played with her slender hand as he said in a low voice, "Nanzhao doesn't have any conflict with us for now. There is nothing wrong with helping her in secret. If the Emperor of Xiling can really deal with Lei Jinting, it will save us a lot of trouble." "Do you really think the Emperor of Xiling can deal with Lei Jinting?" Yili asked. "He can't," M.O. Xiaoyao denied without hesitation. "The Emperor of Xiling may have some cleverness, but he was not on the same level as Lei Jinting. As long as they can cause trouble for Lei Jinting earlier. What we need to consider now is the northern tribes." When the northern tribes were mentioned, a trace of anger flashed across M.O. Xiaoyao's calm eyes. The hatred between the northern tribes and the Maoist army, or M.O. Xiaoyao, was definitely greater than all the other countries combined. That year, M.O. Xiaoyan had died at the hands of the northern tribes. The worst defeat of the Maoist army in 200 years had also been at the hands of the northern tribes. M.O. Xiaoyao's 7 to 8 years of suffering and humiliation were mostly due to the northern tribes. Now that the Maoist army had recovered, it was time for the northern tribes to face their revenge. Furthermore, the northern tribes had committed countless crimes in Dechu State last year. M.O. Xiaoyao would definitely not let them off. Leaning in M.O. Xiaoyao's arms, Yili frowned slightly. "Yelu Hong and Yelu Yi will arrive tomorrow morning at the latest. How you plan to settle them down?" M.O. Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "This is grandfather's birthday. I don't plan to deal with them now. Let's just do the same as the others. Our city is small. Yelu Hong and Yelu Yi can live together." Yili smiled. Yelu Hong and Yi had always been at odds. They had been fighting openly and covertly for more than 10 years without a clear winner. Living together would allow them to restrain each other. No one would be able to cause any trouble in Li City. I should also meet Princess Ronghua. Yi thought for a while. She had buried a chess piece for so many years. She had to see if it could still be used. It would be a pity if there were any accidents. No matter what Yi did, Mo Xiaoyao was very assured. Although Princess Ronghua used to be arrogant and domineering, it was said that her methods were not bad. However, there was another person who made Mo Xiaoyao frown slightly. Is there really no problem with that Ying? Mo Xiaoyao did not have the slightest good impression of Ying. Other than her good looks, she was not good at anything else. This kind of woman's temperament was even more capricious, not to mention letting her do anything. Even being the matriarch of the household would be a favor to her. Compared to a woman like Ying, Mo Xiaoyao felt that Yaoji, who came from brothel, was more reliable. Even Princess Ronghua, who was spoiled and domineering since childhood, was more reliable than her. Yi smiled faintly. As long as Prince can help her find her son, she will be very reliable. Moreover, Prince, do not underestimate women, especially a delicate woman like Ying. The more delicate a woman looks on the outside, the more ruthless she is. On the contrary, those who appeared to be overbearing were often unable to accomplish anything, because such people would easily cause others to be on guard against them. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, as long as Li knows. Mo Jingli's son, Xiaoyao really doesn't know anything about it? Yi asked curiously. Mo Xiaoyao said, originally I was not interested. Since Li needs it, I will send someone to check it out. But, according to Mo Jingqi's usual behavior, I'm afraid this child. Out, far away on the horizon, close at hand. But if you give Mo Jingli 100 years, he may not be able to guess it. Mo Xiaoyao laughed. The thought flashed through Yi Li's mind, but she did not have time to catch it. But Yi Li felt that she might have a clue. Mo Xiaoyao casually played with Yi Li's soft hair. Does Li really intend to help Ying find the child and return it to her? Ying is not suitable for someone who knows how to repay kindness. Yi Li smiled and said, I naturally know this, and I don't intend to return the child immediately after finding it. But since I promised her, I have to look for it. Moreover, this child is also very important to Mo Jingli. It was not easy to snatch the throne, but there was no son to inherit it. The sense of achievement of snatching the throne would be reduced countless times in an instant. Chapter 756. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had a rare moment of leisure to chat in the study. Outside the door, Chief Steward Mo hurried in to report, Prince Wang Fei, Li Wang is fighting with someone in the front yard. Hearing this, a trace of irritation flashed through Mo Xiaoyao's eyes. He frowned and said, Are the guards of the Princeton mansion all freeloaders? Come with I and throw them out. No need to give face. Chief Steward Mo hesitated and then said, But the person fighting with Li Wang is Nanjiao's Wang Fu. Yi Li stood and said to Mo Xiaoyao with a smile, How can these two people fight? Since they are guests, let's go take a look. Since Yi Li had said so, no matter how unwilling Mo Xiaoyao was, he could only go with Yi Li to the front yard with a sullen face. The location of the fight was in the front yard of the Princeton mansion. The front yard of the Princeton mansion was decorated very generously and simply. A huge screen wall with 9 dragons soaring in the sky separated the front and back of the yard. It made people see the 9 lifelike flying dragons as soon as they entered. It was so imposing that people couldn't help but feel intimidated. Behind the screen wall was the main hall at the front of the main axis of Ding Wang Fu. Outside the hall, the figures of 2 men were fighting. The worst part was that they were not sparring with each other in martial arts. Instead, they were just like ordinary people throwing punches and kicks at each other. It was impossible to tell that one was the regent prince of the Chu state and the other was Nanjiao's Wang Fu. Not far away, Princess Anqi, Princess Xixia, and Ying stood to the side and watched. 2 guards in black stood in front of Princess Anqi, in case the two men accidentally came to them and hurt the pregnant Princess Anqi. Unlike the anxious faces of Yi Ying and Princess Xixia, Princess Anqi's expression was very calm, as if she was not worried that her husband would lose or get hurt. When Princess Xixia saw Pua punch mercilessly on Mo Jingli's face, she was so distressed that she burst into tears. She grabbed Princess Anqi's sleeve and said, "Sister, tell him to stop. He injured Prince." Princess Anqi glanced at her sister indifferently. She raised a hand and gently pulled away her sister's hand that was tugging at her sleeve. She frowned and said, "What's a little injury to a man? As for you, Xixia, after fighting for so many years, I originally thought that you would have learned many of the rules of the Dechu state, but now it seems that you are not as good as when you were in Nanzhao." Princess Xixia said anxiously, But, royal sister." Princess Anqi's face darkened, and she said, "You have been removed from the Nanzhao royal family. I am not your royal sister." Princess Anqi hated Mo Jingli more than anyone else. When Mo Jingli and Shu Manlin hooked up with each other, they had caused her a lot of trouble. Even her own sister had followed them to oppose her. Princess Anqi would never forget how difficult the situation was at that time. If it wasn't for Su Qingshan's secret help, he would have been killed by these people. When she saw that Princess Xixia had dragged her into this for Mo Jingli, Princess Anqi's face turned even uglier. Her hatred for Mo Jingli deepened. "Royal sister, how can you do this?" Princess Xixia glared at Princess Anqi with red eyes and said, "The throne is already yours. What are you still dissatisfied with? Why do you have to make trouble for Prince and me?" "Make trouble for you?" Princess Anqi sneered disdainfully. "Do I need to make trouble for I?" What did she mean by the throne was already hers? She had been bestowed the title of crown princess since she was a child. She also shouldered the responsibility of being the crown princess. When Xixia was having fun, she was holding a policy book and studying hard. When Xixia was dying for Mo Jingli, she stayed up all night to deal with Nanzhao's political affairs. Could it be that the throne of Nanzhao was given to her by Xixia? The guard of the Prince Ding mansion who was protecting Princess Anqi could not stand it anymore and said, "Miss, it was Prince Li who made trouble for Nanzhao's royal husband first." Princess Xixia choked. At the same time, she was very unhappy with the way the guard addressed her. She did not have a legitimate identity. Others called her princess for Mo Jingli's sake. But the people of the Prince Ding mansion did not give her face and only called her Miss. But no matter how beautiful Princess Xixia was, it could not change the fact that she was already 25 or 26 years old. It was not a compliment to be called Miss at this age. Even so, he should not have hit the prince. Princess Xixia gritted her teeth. The two guards looked at the sky, speechless. What did she mean by hit the prince? The two were clearly fighting each other. Don't make it sound like Prince Li was being abused. What's going on? The fighting and quarreling made the onlookers feel that young Master Qingshan's sudden voice was like heavenly music in winter. She turned around and saw young Master Qingshan, who was dressed in white, strolling towards her. Even though he was already over 30 years old, young Master Qingshan still looked like he did 7 or 8 years ago. Even the years of hard work did not diminish his elegance. His handsome face carried a faint, puzzled smile, causing the hearts of the 3 women present to skip a beat. Princess Xixia awkwardly shut her mouth. Even though she was deeply in love with Mo Jingli, as long as she was a woman, she would never be willing to be rude in front of such a peerless man. Princess Anqi's eyes were dazed and nostalgic for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. She nodded at Su Qingshan with a smile. "Qingshan, long time no see." Su Qingshan looked at Princess Anqi, and his gaze fell on her slightly protruding belly. A trace of gratification flashed across his eyes. He smiled. "Long time no see. Looks like the princess is doing well. Congratulations." Su Qingshan had been busy these days. Although Princess Anqi had arrived yesterday, he did not have time to meet her. He did not expect to see such a scene as soon as he returned to the residence. Su Qingshan raised his eyebrows in confusion and looked at the people fighting in front of him. Princess Anshi smiled embarrassedly and briefly told Su Qingshun what had happened. It turned out that after Princess Anshi left the residence, she discovered that she had left a sachet in the Prince Ding mansion. This was not an important matter, but the sachet contained a token from the Nanzhao king. So she returned to the Prince Ding mansion with her husband to look for it. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they ran into Mo Jingli, who was charging over angrily. Mo Jingli was so focused on walking forward that he almost bumped into the pregnant Princess Anshi. Mo Jingli should have just apologized, but Mo Jingli was in a bad mood. Not only did he not apologize, he even scolded Princess Anshi, mocking her for running around with a big belly. Princess Anshi was not someone to be bullied. She also mercilessly mocked him for being childless, for being jealous of other people's children. Who knew that this would hit Mo Jingli where it hurt? Mo Jingli's face darkened, and he was about to hit Princess Anshi. As her husband, Pu naturally would not allow anyone to bully his wife. So the two of them started fighting in the Prince Ding mansion. After fighting for a while, Princess Anshi's anger gradually subsided. She signaled Pu to stop fighting in Nanjiang dialect. Hearing Princess Anshi's words, Pu immediately stopped and rolled to the side. Seeing that he had stopped, Mo Jingli did not pester him anymore. He stood up and wiped the blood from his lips. Chapter 757. When Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao arrived, they saw that the two of them had stopped fighting and were glaring at each other. There were many scars on their faces. Pua's face was swollen. Mo Jingli's lips were bleeding and one of his eyes was bruised. Seeing this, everyone present was speechless again. Yi Li stood beside Mo Xiaoyao and laughed inwardly. Over the years, she had gotten used to the gentle and refined way of speaking. A gentleman would use his mouth and not his fists. A martial artist would naturally use martial arts to determine victory. Even an ordinary soldier in the military camp would not think of fighting like an ordinary villager. Now that she suddenly saw Mo Jingli's appearance, she could not help but laugh in her heart. Prince Ding, Princess Consort, I'm sorry. Pu came forward and apologized to Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li in the stiff Dechu state language. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. Is Nanzhao's husband hurt?" Pu shook his head and stood beside Princess Anshi. Princess Anshi looked at his swollen cheek and took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust on his face. She said to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, "We were rude. Prince Ding and Princess Consort, please forgive us." Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had heard from Director Mo on the way here. Naturally, they would not blame Pu Hua. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "It's our fault that the queen almost got hurt in the Prince Ding mansion." Princess Shi Xia and Ying also gathered around Mo Jingli and wiped his face and asked about his well-being. Mo Jingli glanced at the harmonious atmosphere on Princess Anshi's side. He impatiently pushed away Princess Anshi and Ying, who were wiping his face, and turned to leave in a huff. Princess Xixia was stunned. She looked back at Princess Anshi, stomped her foot, and hurriedly chased after her. Ying was left staring blankly at Mo Jingli's back as he walked away. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. He nodded at Yi Li and the others before turning to leave. After Mo Jingli left, Princess Anshi asked, "Who provoked him?" Yi Li smiled and said, "For a person like Li Wang, even if no one provokes him, he will still get angry for no reason. Are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor?" Princess Anshi shook her head and said, "I don't feel anything. He just pushed me. I'm not hurt." Yi Li was relieved. She nodded and smiled. "That's good." Princess Anshi looked at the door thoughtfully. After thinking for a while, he said to Yi Li, "You guys should be careful. I think that Prince Li's temper might cause some trouble." Yi Li naturally appreciated Princess Anshi's reminder and thanked her again. She also invited Princess Anshi and her husband to stay for lunch before returning. In the Li City, the Chu State Post House, Ying walked in the main hall and saw Mo Jingli sitting there drinking tea. She could tell from his expression that he was in a very bad mood. After all these years, Ying was no longer the naive girl with a beautiful dream. Naturally, she did not want to get close to him at this time. Her past experience told her that if she got close to him now, she would only become Mo Jingli's punching bag. After pausing for a moment, Ying wanted to turn around and leave. "Where are you going?" Mo Jingli's cold voice sounded behind her. Ying was startled. She looked at him and said, "I'm going back to my room to rest." "Why did you come back so late?" Mo Jingli asked. Ying could not help but smile bitterly. Mo Jingli left angrily in front of her. Princess Xixiao walked in front of her and chased after him. By the time she left the door a step later, the entirely palace's entourage had already left. In the end, she could only stroll back by herself. It was rare for the dignified princess consort Li to be ignored to this extent. "I was taking a walk outside and came back a bit late," Ying said indifferently. When Mo Jingli asked this, he had already remembered what had happened. Just looking at the pitiful Ying in front of him was like a constant reminder of what he had lost, especially when he had just seen Yi Li and was mercilessly mocked by her. There were countless times in the past when Mo Jingli always thought that if he had not been with Yi Li, if he had married Ying, would everything have been different? He did not know when it started, but every time he saw Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao standing together and smiling, Mo Jingli felt as if a poisonous snake was biting his heart. After a moment of silence, Mo Jingli looked at Yi Ying and asked, "A few days ago, Yi Li pulled you out to talk alone. What did you talk about?" Yi Ying's heart turned cold. She looked down and said indifferently, "Nothing much. Princess Ding said that grandfather and father are in Glass City. She asked me to visit them when I have time. That's all." Mo Jingli frowned unhappily. Yi Ying nodded. "That's all. My relationship with Princess Ding is not good. There's nothing to talk about." "Is that so?" Mo Jingli pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, you should go back and take a look." Yi Ying nodded silently and said, "I understand. I'll go back to my room to rest." After Yi Ying left, Princess Xixia came out and sat down beside Mo Xiaoyao. She asked, "Prince, do you really believe what she said?" Mo Xiaoyao looked at her sideways and said indifferently, "What do you mean?" Princess Xixia was shocked. She quickly smiled and said, "What do I mean? I just thought that she and Princess Ding talked for a long time that day. How could they only talk about the Yi family?" Mo Jingli snorted and said, "No matter what she said to Yi Li, she can't escape from I." Mo Jingli was well aware of Yi Ying's capabilities. He had never thought that Yi Ying had any ability to pose a threat to him. Glancing indifferently at Princess Xixia, Mo Jingli said, "You should know your place. Don't provoke her. In the end, she is still the Di Fei of the Li Palace and Yi Li's younger sister. I need to give some face to Yi Li." The smile on Princess Xixia's face froze. She suppressed the hatred she felt for Yi Li and said with a smile, "I know. I've followed you for so many years without any title or status. Have I said anything?" Mo Jingli nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's good. Don't worry. In the future, I will not treat you unfairly." Princess Xixia squeezed out a smile and said, "I know that Prince treats me the best." Obediently leaning into Mo Jingli's arms, Princess Xixia's beautiful face had long been twisted. Her originally bright and beautiful eyes were now filled with hatred. For Mo Jingli, she had given up her status as a princess and followed him for 10 years without any title or status. It was impossible to say that she had never regretted it. She was no longer the princess of Nanjiao who had chased after Mo Jingli all the way to the Chu state. But what was the use of regret? She had already been removed from the Nanjiao imperial house. Even if she returned to Nanjiao, she would be despised and despised by her subjects. She could only follow Mo Jingli. But Mo Jingli, for one, Yi Li, had used all kinds of reasons to delay the removal of Yi Ying's position as Wang Fei. "Brother Jingli, how can you treat me like this?" Mo Jingli, who was also holding Princess Xixia, was also absent-minded. As he carelessly played with Princess Xixia's hair, he was deep in thought. He remembered he still had a chess piece that he hadn't used. Chapter 758. However, regardless of what the people in the inn were thinking, the entire glass city was filled with song and dance. The next morning, the last group of guests arrived at the entrance of the Prince Ding mansion. It was still Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, who personally came out to welcome them. Seeing the group of people dressed in Northern Tribes uniforms that were completely different from those of the Central Plains, Mo Jingli's lips curled into a cold smile. Prince Ding, Princess Ding, it's been many years since we last met. It's an honor to meet you. The Crown Prince of the Northern Tribes, Yalu Hong, stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. On the other hand, Yalu Ye's expression was cold and stern, with a hint of arrogance and enmity. The Northern Tribes' army was still in a standoff with the Mahist army in the north. Yalu Yi was the commander of the Northern Tribes' army, so he naturally wouldn't treat Mo Xiaoyao nicely. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Crown Prince is too polite. Your Highness is even more dignified now." Yalu Hong looked enviously at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. He sighed and said, "I'm not as youthful as Prince and Princess Consort." The people of the Northern Tribes tended to age easily. When they met a few years ago, their ages didn't seem too different. But now, 6 or 7 years had passed. The Crown Prince of the Northern Tribes had grown a short beard. Even his figure wasn't as tall and slender as before. But Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li still looked like they were in their early 20s. When the two of them stood together, they looked like a celestial couple. How could anyone not be envious? Crown Prince is too kind. Yi Li smiled faintly. Seeing Su Hongyan, who came back with them, a sincere smile appeared on her face. Second uncle is finally back. It must have been a tiring journey. How was the journey? Compared to the Central Plains, the Northern Tribes had it tough. Even though Su Hongyan had only been there for a few months, he had lost a lot of weight. Su Hongyan looked at Yi Li and said with a smile, "Everything is fine. Uncle didn't have time to rush back when Lear gave birth. How are the 2 children?" Yi Li smiled and said, "I've made Uncle worry. They're all very well." Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's hand and smiled. "Li Li, why don't we invite the Crown Prince of the Northern Tribes and the 7th Prince into our residence for a cup of tea before we chat? Uncle must be tired from the journey back. Why don't we rest first?" Yi Li nodded apologetically. "Crown Prince Yalu, 7th Prince, please come in." Yalu Hong smiled and nodded. When Yalu Yi walked past Yi Li, he gave him a condescending glance, as if he hated Yi Li very much. This expression made Yi Li raise her eyebrows curiously. Although her relationship with Yalu Yi had never been good, Yalu Yi had never shown such obvious disgust towards her. It should be said that no one had ever shown such obvious disgust in front of Yi Li. This made her curious. Once they entered the residence, Su Hongyan went to freshen up and rest. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li brought the guests to the main hall and sat down to drink tea. Yi Li's gaze fell on the veiled woman sitting next to Yalu Yi. She ignored the crown princess of the Northern Tribes, Princess Ronghua. As if noticing Yi Li's gaze, Yalu Yi glared fiercely at Yi Li, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Yalu Hong, who was sitting opposite him, frowned slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with his younger brother's behavior. Mo Xiaoyao leaned back in his chair, carelessly supporting Yi Li's waist with one hand, and looked indifferently at the people in front of him. Yi Li put down the teacup, nodded to Princess Ronghua, and asked with a smile, "It has been almost 10 years since we parted in the Chu capital. Is the princess doing well in the Northern Tribes?" Princess Ronghua's smile was appropriate. Compared to the time in the Chu capital, she had more of the grandeur of the Great Wall, but did not lose the dignity of the Central Plains imperial family. "Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am doing well in the Northern Tribes. His Highness is also very good to me." Then, she looked up and smiled at Yalu Hong. Yalu Hong also smiled back. It seemed that the relationship between husband and wife was not affected much by the Northern Tribes' attack on the Chu state. "That's good." Yi Li smiled and looked sideways at the veiled woman beside Yalu Yi. She raised her eyebrows and said, "7th Prince, is this the 7th imperial concubine?" Yalu Yi nodded and said, "Yes, this is Ai's beloved concubine, Qingyaina." Yi Li smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, Qing Yaina means the most beautiful woman in the language of the northern tribes. I'm sure Princess Qi must be a stunning beauty. Yaluyi did not deny it and nodded. Yes, Ai's beloved concubine is indeed a rare beauty. She turned sideways and held the seventh princess consort's hand. Her eyes were filled with gentleness and love, as if she wanted to compete with Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao in terms of love. However, Yaluyi had always thought highly of himself. A woman who could subdue him like this, her appearance definitely wouldn't be too bad. Yili did not care about the provocation in Yeluye's words. She smiled and said, "It's a pity that I can't see the seventh imperial concubine's beauty." On the other side, Princess Ronghua smiled faintly and said, "Princess doesn't need to be regretful. The seventh imperial concubine is indeed a stunning beauty, but the Dechu state has never lacked stunning beauties. When Princess was still in the Chu capital, didn't you see many stunning beauties?" Yi Li's eyes flashed, and her gaze swept over the woman in white. She smiled and said, "Princess is right. Not to mention others, just the stunning beauties in the Chu capital written by young Master Mingyu. Any one of them is enough to cause the downfall of a country. It's a pity. Never mind, this concubine and prince did not know about the seventh prince's wedding. When we return, we must ask the seventh prince for a toast." Yelu Hong smiled and said, "Princess doesn't need to worry. It's not too late to have a toast. When seventh brother and sister-in-law get married, it won't be too late for Princess to ask." The implication was that Yelu Yi and this woman were not married yet. This woman was not the rightful seventh imperial concubine. With so much information, Yili also had a low opinion of the woman in front of her. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. "If that's the case, I must congratulate the seventh prince in advance. I also hope that the seventh prince will not be stingy with a cup of wine." Yaluyi looked at Yi Li for a long time, and then said, "When the time comes, I will definitely invite Prince Ding and Princess to come. I also hope that the two of you will not dislike it." Yi Li turned and smiled at Mo Xiaoyao. "Prince, the seventh prince has invited us to attend his wedding. Does Prince want to go or not?" Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and looked at Yi Li with gentle eyes. He said softly, "If Miss Li says to go, then go. If she says not to go, then don't go." Yi Li smiled with satisfaction. She looked up and saw a trace of resentment in the beautiful eyes under the white veil. Chapter 759. Looking at the white-clothed woman in front of her, the smile in Yi Li's eyes deepened, but if one looked carefully, there was a hint of coldness in her smile. Looking at the person beside Yalu Yi with a faint smile, Yi Li said, "Speaking of which, I feel that the seventh princess consort is very familiar. Crown Princess, what do you think?" Princess Ronghua covered her mouth and smiled, glancing at the woman opposite her with a faint smile. "Isn't that so? When we first met, she scared me. I thought, sister-in-law." Yaluya's expression changed slightly, and he stiffly interrupted Princess Ronghua. Princess Ronghua didn't argue with him. For many things, as long as everyone understood the meaning, it was fine. It didn't need to be said directly. After listening to Yi Li and Princess Ronghua's words, Mo Xiaoyao turned his eyes to the woman beside Yelu Yi and frowned slightly. Yi Li reached out to hold his hand and said with a faint smile, "Prince, do you also feel that the seventh princess consort is somewhat familiar?" Mo Xiaoyao looked at her indifferently and said, "I don't have any impression." Although the answer was contrary to Yi Li and Princess Ronghua's meaning, the smile on Yi Li's face became more pleasant. After all, no woman liked her husband to remember another woman's appearance, even if it was out of disgust. Mo Xiaoyao could also see that Yi Li's mood seemed to be very good, and his frowning brows gradually relaxed. Qing Yaina, who was sitting below, changed her expression because of Mo Xiaoyao's few words. If she wasn't wearing a veil, everyone present would be frightened by her ferocious expression. His half-drooping eyes flashed with a vicious light. Although she didn't have a good relationship with the northern tribes, she was still a guest of the Prince Ding mansion. After exchanging a few words with Yelu Hong and Yelu Yi, Yili got up and led Princess Ronghua and Qing Yana to another place to talk. After all, it would be boring for the two women to listen to what the men wanted to talk about. Moreover, with the relationship between Yili and Princess Ronghua, it was reasonable for them to talk in private. However, the fact that they were followed by a silent and unapproachable future 7th imperial concubine made people feel a little uncomfortable. Princess Ronghua obviously did not have a good impression of her future sister-in-law. Qing Yana, I have something to say to Princess Ding. Is it difficult for you to leave? Princess Ronghua was still as domineering and arrogant as when she was in the Chu capital. She didn't care about the woman she didn't like and asked her to leave. Qing Yana looked at her coldly. Although there was displeasure in her eyes, she obviously did not want to have a conflict with Princess Ronghua. Yili smiled and said, It just so happens that I haven't seen the princess for many years. The flower garden of the Prince Ding mansion is barely acceptable. Miss, please go to the garden first. Please forgive me if I'm rude. After that, she raised her hand to summon Qing Shuang and Jin, who had just returned a few days ago, and said, Accompany the guest for a walk in the garden. Qing Shuang had been trained to be clever and clever over the years. When she heard Yi Li's words, she smiled and said, Yes, Mississippi. This way, please. Although she was in her 20s, Jin was still as silent as before. She just glanced at Qing Yana lightly and stood silently behind Qing Shuang. Qing Yana's eyes swept over Yi Li. In the end, she didn't say anything and turned away. After driving away the eyesore, Princess Ronghua showed a relaxed smile and said, She's finally gone. She's like a ghost, which makes people feel uncomfortable. The two strolled in the garden. Yili asked softly, Is that really? Princess Ronghua nodded and said, Isn't it? When I first met her, I thought I recognized her wrongly. It was just a person with a similar face. But look at her expression and attitude. How many women in the world are as annoying as her? As she said that, she curled her lips in disgust. She had completely forgotten how arrogant she was back in the Chu capital. She was no less arrogant than that person. It's just that I didn't expect her to escape. I don't even know how she managed to hook up with Yelu Yi. This she was naturally referring to noble consort Lu, who had escaped from the palace and disappeared. Yili also didn't expect that noble consort Lu would become the future princess consort of the 7th prince of the northern tribes. Princess Ronghua originally didn't have any feelings for noble consort Lu. However, no matter how much she hated Mo Jingqi for marrying her to the northern tribes, she was still a member of the royal family of the Chu state. She was Mo Jingqi's cousin. Seeing that noble consort Lu had faked her death and escaped after Mo Jingqi's death and hooked up with Yelu Yi, her husband's political enemy, how could Princess Ronghua like her? Don't be fooled by her arrogant face. Her ability to hook up with men is really bad. Not only is Yelu Yi dead set on her, but even the king of the northern tribes praises her. Princess Ronghua was also angry when she mentioned this. Yelu Hong and Yelu Yi were the two most valued sons of the king of the northern tribes. The king of the northern tribes liked Qing Yana, so naturally he would value Yelu Yi more. This was naturally disadvantageous to Yelu Hong. Yili smiled and looked at her angry little face. It seems that the princess has a good relationship with the crown prince of the northern tribes these years. Princess Ronghua's face turned red, and she glared at Yi Li with hatred. She snappily said, You are teasing me. Who doesn't know that Ding Wang and Ding Wang Fei are the celestial couple that everyone in the world envies? Yi Li smiled and said, You can tease me too. I have a good relationship with Mo Xiaoyao. Are you jealous? Princess Ronghua was so angry that her heart was blocked. I also have a good relationship with the crown prince. Yi Li looked calm and looked at Princess Ronghua with a faint smile. The smile on Princess Ronghua's face gradually faded. She looked at Yi Li and said, You don't have to worry. I promised you and Prince Ding. I will not go back on my word. Yi Li said softly, As far as I know, the princess and the crown prince of the northern tribes already have 2 children. Can the princess really do it? If there are any difficulties, I hope that princess can bring it up first and not cause any trouble when we arrive. I believe that princess will understand what I mean. Now, if there was any difficulty, it could be discussed. If Princess Ronghua went back on her word and caused the Prince Ding mansion to suffer any losses, then the Prince Ding mansion would not be polite. Princess Ronghua took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Princess, please rest assured. I am the princess of the Dechu state. Even if the Dechu state is now, although I have a good relationship with the crown prince, but if the crown prince succeeds the throne in the future, my children will never be the crown prince's heir." The people of the Central Plains looked down on the barbarians beyond the Great Wall, but the tribes beyond the Great Wall did not necessarily look down on the people of the Central Plains. The royal family of the northern tribes' rejection of foreign blood could be said to be almost pathological. No matter how good her children were, they could never be the king of the northern tribes. Therefore, even if Yalu Hong was good to her, he also married a lot of concubines and even valued the children of the women of the northern tribes more. As a member of the royal family, Princess Ronghua was very clear about the saying, "When beauty fades, love relaxes." Since ancient times, there had been a saying that love was broken before the beauty was old. In the future, when Yalu Hong no longer had feelings for her, the Prince Ding mansion would be the biggest support for her and her children. Chapter 760. Yili calmly looked at Princess Ronghua for a long time, and finally nodded, "I believe in the princess." In fact, the princess doesn't have to worry now. The Prince Ding mansion and Yelu Crown Prince are not opposing each other. Now, the Prince Ding mansion is not interested in the grasslands. We just want to drive the northern army back. What Yelu Yi did in the north, the princess must know. Princess Ronghua nodded heavily. She was the princess of the Dechu state. The destruction of the Dechu state would not benefit her at all. Since Mo Jingli took the Dechu state to the south, her position in the northern army was somewhat precarious. Because of this, she followed Yalu Hong to Li City. As long as the Prince Ding mansion recognized her existence, the stronger the Prince Ding mansion was, the safer it would be for her. The Crown Prince has also mentioned the withdrawal of troops to the King of the Northern Army many times, but the King of the Northern Army saw that the 7th Prince was unstoppable and did not unify the Crown Prince. Yili smiled. Now the Northern Army is blocked by the Mahist Army. But after all, Yaluyi still won a large territory for the Northern Army. As a result, the Crown Prince's position is somewhat unstable, right? Princess Ronghua looked at Yi Li and nodded with some amazement. Princess is right. This is also the reason why the Crown Prince was not willing to let the 7th Prince send troops. In the army, the 7th Prince has always had the upper hand. If he gets such achievements again, I am afraid there will be more people supporting him. At that time, the Crown Prince, Yi Li whispered, the Mahist army can provide some help to the Crown Prince of the Northern Army. Then, what does the Prince and Princess want the Crown Prince to do? Princess Ronghua asked. There would not be a pie in the sky for no reason. If you want to get something, you always have to pay something. Yi Li smiled. The prince will naturally talk to the Crown Prince of the Northern Army. The princess only needs to work hard at the appropriate time to let the Crown Prince of the Northern Army make a decision early. If you know too much, it will easily arouse the Crown Prince's suspicion. Princess Ronghua pondered for a moment. She had to admit that what Yi Li said was very reasonable. She nodded and agreed with what Yi Li said. After sending people to send the Crown Prince of the Northern Tribes back to the inn, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao returned to their room hand in hand. How did noble consort Lu meet Yalu Yi? Yi Li asked curiously as she leaned against Mo Xiaoyao's chest. Mo Xiaoyao lazily leaned against the soft couch. He held a book in his hand and read it over and over again. His other hand played with Yi Li's hair. He lightly said, when Mo Jingqi passed away, the northern tribes sent Yalu Yi. It wouldn't be strange if noble consort Lu was saved by him. But don't you think it's strange that Yalu Yi is so infatuated with noble consort Lu? Yalu Ye's scheming ability is not inferior to Yalu Hong's. It's strange that he is so infatuated with a fugitive from the Chu state. This was something that Yi Li couldn't figure out. If it was infatuation, the gentler Yelu Hong being infatuated with noble consort Lu was more believable than Yelu Yi. Mo Xiaoyao put down the book, frowned, and thought for a moment. He said, "It's very likely that noble consort Lu has some bargaining chip in her hands that Yelu Yi values. Don't you think that Yelu Ye's previous attacks were too smooth?" The northern tribes had always been an important opponent of the Chu state. However, Yelu Ye's attacks were even smoother than Rin Qining's in the north. This in itself was a bit surprising. However, at that time, the Chu state had been defeated 3 times. No one thought about it carefully. Could it be that noble consort Lu colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country? It's very possible, Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. The Lu family is an important official of the imperial court. Although they haven't produced any talents who can lead troops in a battle, the Lu family is a very important official. However, Mo Jingqi values the civil and belittles the military. The Lu family's people know a lot of military secrets. Although his expression didn't change, Yili could hear the killing intent in Mo Xiaoyao's voice. She frowned and said, "If that's really the case, what do you plan to do?" Mo Xiaoyao said, "If that's the case, she doesn't need to leave Glass City. Before that, where are Mo Xiaoyan and Zhen Ning?" Mo Xiaoyan was the prince of the Chu state. Although he had personally left the Chu capital, it wasn't suitable for him to stay there. Naturally, he had to move to the Prince Ding Mansion's headquarters in Glass City. Yili said they've been placed in a mansion in the city. They're unwilling to leave either the Su Mansion or the General Lu Mansion. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said with a smile, "Very good. Send someone to pass the news to Mo Xiaoyan and Zhen Ning. Since their mother is here, we can't keep them in the dark." Thinking about Princess Zhen Ning, whose face had been disfigured, Yili sighed in her heart. When they had just arrived at Glass City, Yili had also seen the 2 children. Because Yili had saved Princess Zhen Ning's life, both Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhen Ning were very respectful towards her. Yili could see the hatred in Princess Zhen Ning's heart when she mentioned noble consort Lu. "I understand. What do you think about the northern tribe's crown prince?" Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and said, "Compared to Yelu Yi, Yelu Hong's ambition is much smaller. However, this is also related to his calm character, which is different from the northern tribes. He sees things more clearly than Yelu Yi. If he knows what's good for him, he will naturally come and talk to us." Yili nodded and exhaled faintly. These days, dealing with these princes was even more tiring than being on the battlefield. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and looked at Yili, asking softly, "Does Yili feel tired?" Shaking her head, Yili smiled faintly and said, "I just feel that these things are too complicated. It's better to be on the battlefield." Mo Xiaoyao said gently, "If Yili doesn't like it, you can leave it to me and Su Qingchen to deal with. There's no need to force it." Yili shook her head and leaned against Mo Xiaoyao to rest. Princess, Lin Han requests an audience." Lin Han's voice sounded from outside the door. Mo Xiaoyao looked up and said calmly, "Come in." Lin Han stepped into the room and glanced at Wang Yi and Wang Fei, who were leaning against each other. He immediately lowered his eyes and said seriously, reporting to Wang Fei, "Li Wang Fei just went to the Yi residence." Yili sat up and glared at Mo Xiaoyao, who was rubbing against her unhappily. She asked, "Is there a problem?" Lin Han looked straight ahead and said, "The Shadow Guard found a person in the Yi family and felt that they should inform the prince and princess." "Oh, who is it?" Yili asked curiously. She couldn't think of anything that would attract the attention of the Shadow Guard when the Yi family had already fallen to such a state. Lin Han said, "Yi, what?" Yili was stunned. Even Mo Xiaoyao looked up, his expression darkening. Yili looked at Lin Han with a serious expression and said calmly, "Tell me in detail." Lin Han said, "After Princess Li returned to the Yi residence, she talked with the Yi family and was then brought back to her room by Yi Wangshi to talk alone. Princess Li and Yi Wangshi had different opinions and quarreled. The Shadow Guard hiding in the residence then found that a maid in Yi Wangshi's room was strange. The image that was sent showed that the maid was 70% similar to Yi Yu, who was burned to death in the palace. Yi Wenhua is so daring. Mo Xiaoyao's voice was sinister, and Lin Han, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Yili had been missing for a long time because of the fire in the palace. That incident had left a deep impact on Mo Xiaoyao's heart. Even Mo Xiaoyao didn't expect that Yi Wenhua would dare to harbor Yi Yu. Chapter 761. Yili frowned slightly. Maybe he doesn't know. It wasn't that Yili felt that Yi Wenhua had a deep father-daughter relationship with her, but Yi Wenhua didn't seem like someone who would take such a risk for his daughter. Mo Xiaoyao laughed coldly. He doesn't know? Yi Yu is in Yi Wansher's room. Even if he didn't know beforehand, wouldn't he be suspicious after such a long time? So, even if Yi Wenhua wasn't the mastermind, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it. Yili nodded and sighed. I know. I will personally go to the Yi residence later. If it really was Yi Yu, then who helped Yi Yu escape by faking her death? What was she hiding in the Yi residence for? It couldn't be that she wanted to conceal her identity for the rest of her life. If that was the case, she wouldn't have come to Glass City. Glass City was right under the nose of the Princeding Mansion. It wasn't a good place to conceal one's identity. Princess Consort. Princess Consort Li's servant wishes to see you. Someone reported outside the door. Yili raised her eyebrows slightly. Let her in. Very quickly, an inconspicuous little girl was brought in by someone. Seeing Yili, the servant girl immediately rushed forward and knelt on the ground. Princess Consort, I beg Princess Ding to save our Princess Consort. What happened? Yili frowned and started to worry. She didn't spend so much effort to nurture Ying just to die here. The servant girl sobbed. Our Princess Consort went to the Yi residence to greet old Madam, Master Yi and Madam Yi. Then she angrily rushed out of the Yi family, saying that she wanted to come to the Princeding Mansion. But the moment she left, she was brought back to the inn by the prince. This servant is a servant girl who does rough work in the Princeding Mansion. This servant sneaked out to inform the Princess Consort in order to not attract attention. While the last was speaking, another shadow guard from the Princeding Mansion came to report that Yili had been brought back to the post house by Prince Li and placed under house arrest. Although Mo Xiaoyao's close subordinates were not easy to place, there were many people in the Princeding Mansion and the post house. Of course, none of this could be hidden from the Princeding Mansion. The shadow guard quickly explained what had happened, and it was exactly the same as what the little girl had said. Yili thought for a moment and said, Ying knew about Yi Yu and wanted to go to the Princeding Mansion to tell us. So, she was put under house arrest by Mo Jingli? But that's not right. Why would Yi Ying betray her own sister for us? Mo Xiaoyao said, Naturally, it's because Yi Yu has a conflict of interest with her. Yi Yu is Mo Jingqi's favorite concubine, and we're not sure if she's one of Mo Jingqi's people or one of the Empress Dowager's people. To Mo Jingli, she's not a useless person. Hearing this, Yili came to a sudden realization. She thought for a moment and said to the shadow guard, Go back and tell Princess Consort Li to make a fuss with Prince Li. The more she makes a fuss, the less Prince Li will suspect her. Also, let her think about it. Even if it really is Yi Yu, as long as she can stay calm, she won't be able to threaten her position. The shadow guard nodded silently and turned to leave. Yili also stood up and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, saying, It seems that I really need to go to the Yi residence. Mo Xiaoyao pulled her and said, If you go now, Mo Jingli will be suspicious. There are people watching over the Yi residence. If there's any trouble, you can go tomorrow. In the courier station, Ying waved her hand and dismissed the servant who suddenly appeared in her room. She slowly wiped away the tears on her face and sat up. Someone come. After a while, a guard appeared at the door. Princess Consort. The prince has ordered that the Princess Consort is not to go out. Ying said coldly, I don't want to go out. Go invite the prince over. Just say that I have something to tell him. The guard hesitated, but after seeing Yi Ying's rare cold expression, he nodded and went to report to Mo Jingli. Seeing the guard leave, Ying closed the door again. Her once gentle eyes revealed a resentful light. Her lips that had turned white from biting them trembled slightly. Second sister, why don't you just die? Thinking about how she suddenly saw her second sister, who she thought had passed away, Yi Ying's face couldn't help but turn ugly. What she didn't expect was that her mother and grandmother would make such a request. And her second sister was really her good second sister. Third sister was right. Yi Ying slowly calmed down the anger in her heart and forced a smile on her face. Gradually, the smile of the person in the bronze mirror on the table became more and more natural, with a trace of grievance and gentleness. Third sister was right. As long as she was steady, no one could ever surpass her position. At least, Princess Xixia couldn't, and Yi Yu couldn't. After a while, Mo Jingli pushed the door open and walked in. With an unfriendly expression, he said, "What else do you want?" Yi Ying threw herself into Mo Jingli's arms with tears in her eyes and started sobbing. Mo Jingli frowned and looked coldly at the woman in his arms who was crying very sadly. Yi Ying grabbed Mo Jingli's collar with one hand and cried, Prince, don't treat Inger like this. Inger knows she was wrong." Mo Jingli pushed her away and sneered. "You know you were wrong? What did you want to see at the Prince-Ding mansion just now? You wanted to tell Mo Xiaoyao about what happened at the Yi family?" Yi Ying shook her head and said, "Prince wronged me. Inger is not familiar with Prince-Ding. I just, sob, Prince and second sister did this. Where did they place Inger? Even mother and grandfather helped second sister. Inger felt wronged. Third sister said that if I had any grievances, I could tell her. All of you bullied me. What's wrong with me crying to third sister? Prince, you are so cruel. Inger has been with you for so many years. Our child's whereabouts are still unknown. You can't wait, sob. Hearing Yili's name, Mo Jingli was slightly stunned and said, "What's the difference between telling Yili and telling Mo Xiaoyao?" Yi Ying said loudly, "Why can't I tell you about such shameful things that you did?" Mo Jingli frowned and looked at Yi Ying for a long time. Finally, he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yu is still useful. It's not what you think." Yi Ying did not believe him. Really? Prince really doesn't plan to bring second sister into the mansion? Mo Jingli said coldly, "I am not that desperate to want an old woman. Yi Yu is still useful to I. Don't mess around." As if she really believed Mo Jingli's words, Yi Ying wiped her tears and looked at him pitifully. "I know, Inger was wrong. But you can't blame Inger for this. If people know that second sister and Prince, how can I still have the face to stay in the mansion?" Looking at her delicate appearance, with tears on her eyelashes, looking wronged and worried, Mo Jingli's expression eased a lot. After all, he still had some true feelings for Yi Ying in the past. He nodded and said, "It's good that you understand. You can't tell anyone about this. In the future, you can go to the Prince-Ding mansion more often. You can rest in the inn for these 2 days." Yi Ying nodded obediently. "I understand." Chapter 762. After comforting Yi Ying, Mo Jingli turned around and went to the study alone. Sitting in the study, Mo Jingli frowned as he thought about the result of his conversation with Yi Yu at the Yi family. No matter how one looked at it, offending Mo Xiaoyao in Li City for Yi Yu was an extremely unwise decision. Mo Jingli was naturally not someone who would lose his head over lust. However, Yi Yu had a condition that he had no choice but to agree to. Taking out a small jade-green porcelain bottle from his sleeve, Mo Jingli's eyes faintly lit up with eagerness. If he successfully brought Yi Yu back to the southwest, he would receive 10 times or even 100 times what he had paid. Actually, back then, Mo Jingli could be considered to have saved Yi Li's life. The Empress Dowager originally wanted to kill Yi Li, but Yi Yu was forced by the Empress Dowager. However, Mo Jingli did not want to kill Yi Li at that time. Therefore, after Yi Yu's plan was carried out, he sent people to interfere and take Yi Li out of the palace. If not, Yi Li might really have been killed by Yi Yu. After taking Yi Li away, Mo Jingli did not pay attention to Yi Yu. A concubine of his brother and a pawn in his mother's hands was not worth his attention. Therefore, when Yi Yu was burned to death in the fire, he only thought that his mother killed her to silence her. However, he did not expect that not only did Yi Yu not die, she even avoided the eyes of the Empress Dowager, the palace, and even the Prince Ding mansion, and lived peacefully for so many years. She even came to Li City and came under Mo Xiaoyao's nose. Without a doubt, compared to Ying, who only had looks, Yi Yu was the truly intelligent person. Even compared to the group of women in his brother's harem, Yi Yu was the most intelligent one. As long as he could bring Yi Yu back to Jiangnan, then the Empress Dowager, who had been troubling him, would no longer be his obstacle. The Empress Dowager had operated in the palace for decades. Even when Mo Jingli was still alive, she had always been at his mercy, not to mention Mo Jingli, who had been in power for far longer than Mo Jingli. Originally, after so many years of suppression by Mo Jingqi and his final attack before his death, the Empress Dowager's power should have been on the verge of collapse. But who would have thought that after Mo Jingli came to power, the Empress Dowager seemed to have the help of God and was able to regain her footing in the court. Mo Jingli knew that there must be someone behind this. He even knew who it was, but there was nothing he could do. He could suppress the Empress Dowager's power, but he couldn't fight with her to the point where both sides suffered and others benefited. Mo Jingli knew better than anyone else about his mother's methods and ruthlessness. He also knew that in the Empress Dowager's heart, supporting Mo Siyun, that 7 or 8-year-old brat, was more satisfying to the Empress Dowager than her son becoming emperor. Even after the Empress Dowager's funeral was left unsettled, Mo Jingli often suspected that the Empress Dowager was constantly thinking of ways to depose him. But with Yi Yu, it was different. Yi Yu had some information that could be used against the Empress Dowager. As long as she used it well, she could even wipe out the Empress Dowager's power in one fell swoop. Yi Yu was very smart. While she was being threatened and used by the Empress Dowager, she also secretly collected a lot of the Empress Dowager's secrets. If Yi Yu hadn't left too early, Mo Jingli even believed that Yi Yu would definitely have a way to get the whereabouts of his son from Mo Jingli. Unfortunately, compared to Yi Li, Yi Yu's luck was really too bad. When Mo Jingqi was alive, he doted on noble consort Lu more than Yi Yu, so even someone as smart as her could only keep a low profile in the palace. And how could a concubine go against the Empress Dowager's authority, especially when her father was also on the Empress Dowager's side? After pondering for a long time, Mo Jingli's eyes finally flashed with a trace of determination. Actually, even if there weren't any reasons from above, Mo Jingli still had to bring Yu back. Unconsciously rubbing the small bottle in his hand, Mo Jingli's brows furrowed even more. Right now, it was impossible to send Yi Yu out of Glass City first. The Prince Ding Mansion's security was so tight that it made people afraid. The only way was to let Yi Yu blend in with the Prince Ding Mansion's entourage when they left Glass City and leave without anyone knowing. But this was something that would happen many days later. In these few days, since Yi Yu could come to Glass City quietly and hide herself for so many years, nothing should happen in these few days, right? Mo Jingli thought in his heart. In the Yi residence's study, Yi Wenhua sat with a gloomy expression. His originally white brows were tightly knitted. Ever since Prince Li and Yi Ying left, he had a faint feeling of uneasiness, thinking about the person in his wife's room. Even though he had left the court for many years, Yi Wenhua still believed in his intuition. This kind of intuition towards danger had helped him avoid danger many times in the court. Even though he was the son-in-law of the Su family, at least during the years when the Su family left the court, he had relied on himself to fight for it. Not only did he not let the Yi family decline, but he also became more prosperous. Ever since he came to Glass City, Yi Wenhua was different from the unwilling Madame Yi and Madame Yi. He was very satisfied with his current life. He had been poor and rich before. He had studied hard, and he had almost reached the top of the court. He had married the most beautiful and talented woman in the Chu state. Even now, his daughter was the regent princess consort of the Chu state and the princess consort of the Prince Ding Mansion. In the end, he fell from his high position and became a commoner. If it was in the past, he might still be greedy for fame and fortune. But after seeing the suffering of the people in the war, he knew that the stable life he had now was not easy to come by. Yi Wenhua knew clearly that as long as he stayed in Glass City obediently, no one would make things difficult for him because of his identity as Princess Ding's father. But if he went to Jiangnan, even if Mo Jingli could put him in an important position, how long could Jiangnan last? To be honest, after so many years, Yi Wenhua did not have much hope in Mo Jingli's ability. Moreover, compared to Mo Jingli, he was more willing to believe in Mo Xiaoyao's character. Master, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Madam Yi walked in with a cup of tonic and asked Yi Wenhua with a smile. Yi Wenhua came back to his senses and looked coldly at her complacent smile. A trace of disgust flashed through his heart. He did not know why, but the face of his wife, who he thought was already blurred, appeared clearly in his mind. At that moment, he even began to wonder why he had neglected his first wife for the sake of Madame Yi. In terms of appearance, talent, virtue, and family background, Madame Su could throw Madame Yi and Madame Wang by 8 streets. Perhaps it was because Madame Su was too outstanding. An overly outstanding, fairy-like noble lady fell in love with a poor boy who was born in a poor family. After the initial ecstasy, it was followed by a defeat and pressure that made him feel ashamed of his own inferiority, and the envious and strange gazes of his colleagues. The person in your room, kick her out immediately. Yi Wenhua came back to his senses and looked at Madame Wang, whose eyes were filled with joy, and said coldly, "What?" Madame Wang was stunned and immediately screamed. Yi Wenhua stared at her and said coldly, "Do you think I'm blind? You can kick her out, or else you can go out with her." Chapter 763. Wang Shi felt a chill in her heart when he looked at her, but she was more angry. She put the things in her hands on the table heavily and said angrily, "Since you know, why do you want me to drive her out? You know that if the Prince Ding mansion knows." Yi Wenhua interrupted her impatiently. "Since you know, you shouldn't have brought her here. No one cared about you in your hometown. Do you think no one knows about you in Li City? Not many people have seen her, but it's not like no one has seen her. If she didn't die, you knew how to hide well. Besides, she entered the palace early, so not many people had seen her. She might have been recognized by others." Yi Wenhua certainly knew that there were people from the Prince Ding mansion in the Yi mansion. Because of this, Yi Yu couldn't stay in the Yi mansion. In recent years, Yi Wenhua rarely lost his temper like this. Yi Wangshi couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she cried, "She's a weak girl. If she doesn't come with us, how do you want her to live? It's all because of you. If we went to Jiangnan directly, it would be better than living here without food." Now, there were wars everywhere. It was not easy for a weak girl to go to Jiangnan from her hometown, let alone in this situation. If she was not careful, she might be caught by the bandits on the road, even if she didn't encounter a war. At that time, her life would be even worse than death. Yi Wenhua sneered because of the naivety of the woman in front of him. Mo Jingli was already dissatisfied with the Yi family's indecisiveness in front of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Later, he hid the news of Yi Ying's pregnancy and kept her in the capital. That led to Yi Ying's imprisonment, and the baby was swapped. Mo Jingli was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He would treat the Yi family well unless there was something wrong with his brain. Wang Shi didn't care about this and said, "No matter what, you is the master's daughter. Is the master really so cruel to make you his enemy?" After a few days, Princely has already agreed to bring us back to Jiangnan. When that time comes, we won't have to suffer in Glass City anymore. Rome will definitely have a bright future. When that time comes, our Yi family will definitely return to its former prosperity. Is there anything wrong with that? Master only cares about Yili now, but what has she done for our family? She only cares about her own happiness and doesn't care about you, her father. It's still only my you who thinks for our family. Stupid woman, Yi Wenhua scolded. She actually believed that Mo Jingli would leave with the entire Yi family. With Mo Jingli's personality, wouldn't the Prince Ding mansion be suspicious if he suddenly left with so many people? I don't care what you think. I don't plan to go to Jiangnan, Yi Wenhua said. Yi Wangshu was really stunned this time. Wealth was important, but so was her daughter. But these were all based on the fact that Yi Wenhua was still there. Yi Wangshu still had some self-awareness about her son. He couldn't support the Yi family. If Yi Wenhua didn't want to go to Jiangnan, even if they all went, they wouldn't have much time in Jiangnan. No matter how much Wangshu liked to calculate, she was still a lady who hadn't seen much of the world. She didn't dare to leave her husband and leave with her daughter. Why? Yi Wangshu couldn't help but scream. Do you like to stay in Glass City and live under the nose of others? What's wrong with going to Jiangnan? At that time, the Yi family will still be respected and envied like before. Isn't it better than hiding in this broken courtyard? Shut up, Yi Wenhua said sternly. You're still thinking about that bitch, right? Wangshu finally couldn't help but burst out. Although her family wasn't prominent, she was still the daughter of a rich family. When she married into the Yi family as a concubine, she felt wronged. But the lady of the Yi family was the kind of person who couldn't make you jealous. When the gap between you and the other party was too big, you didn't even have the right to be jealous. You only had a sense of inferiority. Although Yi Wenhua had always doted on her, she knew very well that she couldn't be compared to Su. Every time Yi Wenhua looked at Su, there was a feeling in his eyes that even he didn't notice. It was like a poisonous thorn in her heart. Even though Su had passed away for many years, it couldn't be removed. It was ridiculous. Yi Wenhua didn't dislike Su, but he didn't dare to like her, because he knew that he didn't deserve his wife. Slap! Yi Wenhua seemed to be irritated. He slapped Wangshu's face without mercy. Wangshu didn't stand firm and fell to the ground. She was stunned and finally couldn't help crying out loud. What's wrong? Madame Ye's voice came from outside the door. Yi Wenhua snorted and turned to the door. Mother, why are you here? When he saw the person holding Madame Yi, he paused and slowly moved his eyes away. Madame Yi frowned and said unhappily, If I didn't come, would you turn the whole house upside down? What are you doing? Madame Yi held Yi Yu's hand and stepped into the study. Yi Yu closed the door behind her. Madame Yi, you. Wangshu cried even more when she saw Madame Yi and her daughter. Yi Yu went forward and held Wangshu up. She asked softly, Father, what's wrong? Why? Yi Wenhua snorted and said, You still know that I'm your father? Yi Yu paused and showed a gentle smile on her face. I know that it's my fault to hide it from you. It's because, Father, you know that I didn't want to hurt third sister. I had no choice but to do it. I had no choice. It's not easy for me to live these years. Please forgive me. Compared to Ying, Yi was better at talking and understood people's hearts. Even if Yi Wenhua's heart was as hard as iron, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Of course, he knew about what happened back then. If someone said that Yi wanted to kill Yi Li on a whim, not only would he not believe it, even Yi Li herself would not believe it. At that time, the Yi family was controlled by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager wanted to kill Yi Li. Yi was also threatened. Looking at Yi Yu's appearance, although she was still beautiful, she was much thinner and paler than when she was in the Yi family and in the palace. It was because of her paleness and thinness that made her look younger than her real age. She stayed in Wangshu's room for so long and rarely went out, but she didn't attract any attention. After all, she had suffered a lot. Since that's the case, you should stay here obediently. When the time is right, I'll think of a way to send you away from Glass City. You can live in seclusion. Yi was his daughter after all. Yi Wenhua's heart softened. Yi was stunned. She lowered her eyes and said, Princely already knows that I'm in Glass City. He said that he'll bring us to Jiangnan. Father, I'm afraid that. Why would Mo Jingli bring you to Jiangnan? Yi Wenhua asked coldly. Mo Jingli had always been a person who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he didn't have much feelings for Yi Ying. He suddenly agreed to bring Yi Yu to Jiangnan. Who would believe that he didn't have any use for her? More importantly, even the people in the Princeton mansion didn't know that Yi Yu was in the mansion. If she didn't purposely expose herself to Mo Jingli, how would Mo Jingli know about her whereabouts? Chapter 764. Yi Yu's face flashed with embarrassment. That's right. She followed Wang Shi to Li City on purpose. She also purposely let Mo Jingli know that she had a trump card in her hand and something very important to him. What was wrong with that? How much had she suffered in hiding for so many years? She was originally an imperial concubine. She also had a son of the late emperor. Her son was much smarter than the useless Mo Suyun in the Chu state. As long as she operated well, she might be able to become the Empress Dowager. Why did she have to hide her identity and live the rest of her life in fear? Father, as long as we go to Jiangnan, Mo Jingli promised me to help my son ascend the throne. At that time, you'll be the real father-in-law of the emperor. The Yi family will prosper from then on. Yi looked at Yi Wenhua and said seriously. However, Yi Wenhua was not as easy to persuade as she thought. I believe that Li Er's child will ascend to the throne in the future. If you stay in Glass City, at least you can let your brother marry and have children safely. You can leave a descendant for the Yi family. Yi Wenhua now understood that Yi Rong had been spoiled by old Madame Yi and Yi Wangshi. Now, he only hoped that Yi Rong's son could be raised well and not in the bloodline of the Yi family. Hearing Yi Wenhua's words, Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of bitterness. In father's eyes, I am not as good as third sister. If she was not forced by the Empress Dowager and had to hide her identity, why would she be in such dire straits now? Yi Wenhua shook his head and said, You are different from Yi Li. Yi Yu is very smart. She might even be smarter than Yi Li. But she was different from Yi Li. She should not be compared to Yi Li. If they were both in the palace, Yi Wenhua believed that Yi Li might not be able to win against Yi Yu. However, from the very beginning, Yi Li's gaze did not stop at the back of the palace. She had courage and ability that did not lose out to a man. Therefore, she could assist Prince Ding in governing a region. She could mount a horse and command thousands of soldiers and horses. Placing such a woman in the inner court of the palace would only trample on her ability. There were many times when Yi Wenhua regretted that Yi Li was not a son. If she were a boy, she would be able to protect the Yi family for at least 3 generations, no matter what the world was like. Yi Li understood what Yi Wenhua meant. She was proud of her intelligence, but she also knew that she couldn't be like Yi Li. They were different from the start. We are indeed different. Third sister would not care about the rise and fall of the Yi family. With the support of the Su family, whether the Yi family was good or bad, it would not affect her. But I'm different. Father, I'll only be well if the Yi family is well. Therefore, you will never abandon the Yi family, Yi Yu said softly. Yi Wenhua didn't have any reaction, but old Madame Yi showed her approval. Yi Li's indifference towards the Yi family was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Even if Yi Li became the mother of the country in the future, only the Su family would be able to benefit from it, not the Yi family. Among all the granddaughters, old Madame Yi loved Yi Yu the most. Hearing what she said, she naturally felt that it was very reasonable. She looked at Yi Wenhua and wanted to persuade him. Yi Wenhua waved his hand and said tiredly, Mother, you don't have to say any more. The Yi family can't leave Glass City. Old Madame Yi frowned and said, What are you talking about? Yi Li doesn't care about our family at all. Are you going to stick to her? Old Madame Yi was very dissatisfied with this granddaughter who didn't give her face. Yi Wenhua shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. His mother was old. She was not as smart as she was when she was young. The Yi family came to Glass City from afar and then left with Mo Jingli's family. Even if the Prince Ding mansion didn't have Yi Yu, it was impossible for them not to investigate, let alone Yi Yu. With this investigation, how could they leave for the Yi family? He looked at Yi Yu and said, Since you have decided to leave with Prince Li, you can leave now. Father, Yi Yu didn't expect Yi Wenhua to be so stubborn and heartless. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Madame Yi was furious. You is my granddaughter. If you want to chase her away, why don't you chase me away too? Old Madame Yi had long hated her days in Glass City. She wanted to go to Jiangnan. In Jiangnan, she would be the princess consort's grandmother again. She would be the noble old Madame Yi in Chu capital. Old Madame. The servant outside hurried in and reported, Prince Ding and Princess Ding are here." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Yiyu's face was pale. Back then, she tried to kill Yili. Although she was forced to do it, it couldn't change the fact. Although Yiyu had been living incognito all these years, she had heard many rumors. Mo Xiaoyao's cold-bloodedness was well known to her. How could she not be shocked when she heard that Mo Xiaoyao was here? Yi Wenhua was also shocked, but he calmed down quickly. He stood up and said, "Got it. I will go out and welcome Prince Ding and Princess Consort." No need," the servant outside the door said timidly. "Prince Ding and Princess Consort have already come in." The door was suddenly opened from the outside. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili walked in hand. Standing outside the door, they could clearly see everyone in the study. Because of the backlight, you could only see the two figures in white walking in hand. The sunlight formed a circle of light behind them. It was as if the gods had descended. For a moment, she couldn't see their expressions clearly. Seeing the two getting closer, Yiyu couldn't help but take a step back. Looking around, she realized in despair that there was no place for her to hide except for the door in the study. She had to face Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. Stepping into the study, which was not very spacious, suddenly became a little crowded. Mo Xiaoyao frowned with dissatisfaction. He pulled Yili to the soft couch in front and sat down. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's going on? Why is the study so lively?" Yuansher tried to squeeze out a smile. She smiled apologetically. "No, nothing. We are talking to Master. His Highness and Her Highness are here. Why haven't you left yet?" Yiyu lowered her head. She quickly bowed and walked out of the door. Just as she was about to step out of the study, Yili's faint laughter came from behind. "Second sister, we haven't seen each other for many years. Are you leaving like this?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.